Hello and welcome back to the water. My name is Beast. Today we're back with a new game. Namely, extend the little wings which fly in the sky highly. I jest. This is if my heart had wings. Or, as I almost accidentally called it while typing in the capture on OBS, if my heart had wing! Because yes! I didn't know that we all had a little bit of Sephiroth in our hearts. So that was actually kind of funny. I know that I was told repeatedly to install the retranslation patch since the actual official translation by Moe novel can be kind of odd and sound unnatural. First line, for example. I don't actually remember quite the exact line. Hold on, let me just check. There we go. The original Moe novel description of the first line in this VN is, the bicycle road race is known as a really harsh sport. Which is, yes, it is a correct sentence, but it sounds unnatural, doesn't it? So the retranslation instead made it bicycle racing is known to be a tough sport. Just sounds more natural, like something someone would actually say. So yeah, and the funny bit comes here because I checked the first line to check if it's actually worked and applied the retranslation patch. Because apparently that's the way to find out. But I found an easier way to find out. You just go into the fucking... all you have to do is go into the options and look at text. Also, let me just show that a bit more. Either I'm going insane or this is rather loud. And we'll see once we get going. So anyways, without further ado, you'll find a link to where you can buy this game on Steam down in the description below, by the way. And I wouldn't be starting a new game if it didn't come prepared. By the way, before any of you asked, I was not going to be a co-host this week. Because the Eagle is busy again, and we are at a part of the game where I would not really want to pull in a substitute co-host. So yeah, that's that. Anyways, let's just get going. By the way, for the people who don't know or haven't caught on from the menu, which is actually kind of a dead giveaway. This is made by the same people who made good old If My Heart, A Sky Full of Stars, I mean. And there's like a weird trend with these people, because if my heart had wings, Sky Full of Stars, and Koisuru Natsuno Last Resort. The only one who doesn't actually have an official translation, so I don't have an English title to say there. All three of those are made by Pulltop. The last one being made by Pulltop Lotte. And all of them, their exe files for the game, isn't it called like If My Heart Had Wings and has an icon for it or something? No! Like there even is like a file called game icon, like an ICO file in here. But that's not what he uses. It's just generic. It's just generic file icon on a file called ADVHD. Legit, the same case it goes for Koisuru Natsuno Last Resort. By the way, check out that game. It's good. It's very good. If I had to say, he's like a less asshole version of Ash from Voice of Gods. I'm seeing that. Anyways, bicycle racing is known to be a tough sport. The toughest part is the hill climb. It's pure hell. To climb a steep hill, you have to continue pedaling without rest. It strains every muscle in your body. At those times, I'd always thought, I can't take this anymore. I'm quitting after this race. Despite that, I always took part in the next race. I had endured severe training so that I wouldn't tire out halfway through the hill climb. Why, you ask? Because I had a reward waiting for me at the end of the climb. Nothing compared to the feeling of cutting through the wind as I raced down the steep slope at blistering speeds. I felt an incredible rush every time. And just like that, I would forget of everything. The pain of the hill climb, the strain on every muscle in my body, and all those days of hard practice. It wasn't a matter of winning or losing. I just enjoyed it. That's why I continued to ride. That's how it should have been. At that time, I didn't have much experience in life, so what was about to come was beyond my imagination. Suddenly, without warning, something was taken from me. Perhaps you could say I was locked away or lost. However, taken is the word that best expresses the emotion I felt at the time. This incident taught me one thing. Life isn't all about having fun. I learned a harsh lesson in life. I lost everything. I took it really hard, but I should have thought about it a little more. If some could be taken from me so abruptly, then something could be given to me just as suddenly. The wind was blowing, gentle but strong wind. It would be unreasonable to say that we met by chance. Back then, I still had no idea what would begin on that day. The windmill was turning. Its huge size alone was enough to overwhelm people. Its inorganic shape was molded in pursuit of functionality. Those who didn't know its purpose, but to those who didn't know its purpose, it just looked bizarre. That's the thing. I actually never saw a wind turbine. I was like, that looks weird. Like, they just look sleek enough to actually be kind of like nice looking if integrated into the landscape. In my opinion, at least. But hey, I'm fucking insane. So who the fuck cares about my opinion? When so many of them were lined up like that, you could certainly say they were overwhelming. But I wonder why. The sight of those white windmills lined up on the green hill gave me a somewhat idyllic impression. That's amazing. Something like this could be built here. But at least 5 years ago, there had been nothing here but a wide open field. I'd heard they were planning on building a large-scale renewable energy research facility. The cell phone in my pocket vibrated to tell me I had received a text. It's from Anchan. To Aoi, did you arrive here already? Sorry I couldn't come to meet you. My name is written using a kanji read as Aoi. It's a difficult character, and it's often mistakenly read as Midori. By the way, whether they read it as Aoi or Midori, people often mistake my name for girls, which is a little annoying. He wrote a reply right away. This is like the second game in a row where the character has like a problem with the name sounding somewhat feminine. Decrease the BGM further. It is very loud, on my end at least. I wrote a reply right away. I hardly have a text, so I found the touch keyboard a bit awkward to use. I got here a little early, so I'm just going for a stroll, not scroll. The windmills are amazing. Okay, sent. Like him quickly. They're great, right? It's a very popular spot now. If you need anything, feel free to contact me anytime. Sanchan. Thanks, Sanchan. I sent this text and sat down on the grass. From my spot on the hillside, I could gaze at the lake, at the camp stretching across the opposite bank. Kazagaura's rapid development meant that remnants of the Showa-era buildings were intermingled with modern architecture. At least I think it would be pronounced Kazagaura. I don't fucking know, I don't speak Japanese. The view expressed both the past and the future at the same time. Huh? Some white skimmed across my field of vision. For a moment it looked like one of the windmill blades had torn off and flown away, but that was no way that could have happened. A paper airplane. Flying right for me! Oh my god, my eye! Got up and headed down the slope, chasing it. The paper airplane that was gliding gently eventually lost its momentum and descended. Gotcha! Ran ahead and then hopped and caught it in midair. How'd it come from? Just from the direction it came from the top of the hill. Who would be there other than me at a time like that? I took the paper airplane with me and climbed up the slope. Just as I was about to see the top, strong gust of the wind suddenly blew the paper airplane out of my hand. How the fuck were you holding it? Like this? You just grab it like that. It wouldn't fly away like that. Are you retarded? Hey, wait! Chased after the paper airplane and ran up the slope. Scribbles. Why do pull-top games always look so fucking nice? Well, same way with A Sky Full of Stars and Coincidental Nuts in the Last Resort. Then, just as I finally caught it, there was someone on top of the hill. There was a girl sitting in a wheelchair. She was looking fleetingly into the distant sky. Some breeze blew her hair and she combed it back with her finger. The girl's black hair and white blouse looked incredible, with windmills and the blue sky stretched as far as the eye could see in the background. It was as if I was looking at a flawless painting. What? She doesn't seem like a little girl. Maybe the fucking wheelchair makes it seem smaller. I don't know. Also, that is it just me or does that wheelchair look uncomfortable? There's something I gotta say that somebody comment. Oh, it's easy. Ah, yes. There are clearly two parts of Hasumi left. Why, yes, I currently very much enjoy recording Hasumi Route. Listen, listen. Like, I'll give you a joystick if you don't say anything. Better not say that. Like, these are actually my little sisters, but she literally ate every single one of these except for the lemon one. Like the lemon ones, because she does not like lemon. I, however, adore lemon. So I see this as an absolute plus. Anyways. Ugh. But yeah, what I was about to say is something I noticed immediately looking through this here. Pulltop occasionally has an issue with the faces, I feel. Like this, I don't know, it just looks odd to me. Except for this shot, this one. Like, she just looks like prototype. This looks like prototype best girl. Hold on. I actually managed to forget her name again because I'm just that forgetful. Something with M. Always when I try to write a sky full of stars, I'll accidentally write a sky full of starts. Miharu. She almost looks like a prototype Miharu. No way. Other than that, the eyes just look fine, I guess. The girl noticed me. I almost started making excuses for coming there. I was like I had stepped into a world without permission, so I felt a little guilty. She wasn't saying anything. She might have been on guard since some guy had suddenly appeared before her. Held out the paper airplane to show her the reason I had come. Did you throw this? Her facial expression stiffened the moment she saw it. Sniff. Suddenly tears appeared in those delicate eyes. Huh? What the? The tears collected in the corners of her eyes and came running straight down. As I watched, huge tears came rolling down her cheeks. Reach you? Huh? Is that like a letter? It is not. Display? What the fuck? As I watched, huge tears came rolling down her cheeks. Huh? Hey! Without thinking, I walked up beside her. What's wrong? Are you hurt? She shook her head and clung to my hand that I unconsciously held out. Her hand was trembling a little. Squeeze. She weakly squeezed my hand. It's okay now? Didn't know her circumstance or anything. But I squeezed her hand back as I answered. Peck, peck, peck. Ouch! Ouch! Before I knew it, some chicken-like fellow suddenly started pecking at my feet. That is a dapper duck! Also, it's not a chicken, you fucking barbarian. I don't know why I called him a barbarian. Also, calling people barbarians as an insult at this point would be like it would basically be an insult towards myself, considering my name in here. Ow! That hurts! What's with this guy? He's called Hat. Hat, as it was called, calm down at her command. That duck. And that chicken-like fellow with a yellow beak and white feathers was actually a duck. He was wearing a hat for some reason. Hey, I only have one thing to say. Better a duck than a goose. I don't know if you've ever seen like the inside of the beak on a goose before. That's fucking scary. Like, hold on, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna pull it up. just grab this picture, open it in a new tab, and just add display capture. Yes, there we go. That's the inside of a goose's mouth. Fucked, isn't it? It is very fucked. Like, Jesus, I would never want to mess with a goose.
あなたが泣かせたと勘違いしたみたい。
That's pretty surprising being suddenly attacked by an animal. But it looked like I made her stop crying at least. Is a towel okay? I don't carry a handkerchief around with me. After I said that, I took a hand towel out of my bag without waiting for a reply. Of course, it had been washed, so it was clean.
ありがとう。
Why were you crying? If it hurts somewhere.
そうじゃないわ。
As she answers, she pointed to one of the wheels on her wheelchair. It had lost its air and had collapsed. You got a flat tire?
おかげで立ち往生していたの。もう1時間もよ。
What a terrible situation. Just a mere flat tire for her was like having her legs taken away. Don't you have a cell phone?
部屋に置いてきた。
She answered, dismayed.
だから、他の方法で助けを呼ぼうと思って。そしたら、SOS を受け取って、来てくれた人がいたから。
SOS? This. I opened up the paper airplane and I still had it in my hand. I'm in trouble, someone help me, I'm out on Windmill Hill. So she started crying from relief because someone carrying the paper airplane appeared. She was looking fine, but she had been shaking just a moment before. She must have been really scared. Hold on a moment. Bag of my feet. I rustled as I rummaged inside. She tilted her head in puzzlement when she saw the tools I had taken out. Could you get out for a moment?
どうして？
I'll fix it. Can't go anywhere if you have a flat tire, can you?
そうだけど、貸してもらってもいいかしら。
Seemed even getting out of the wheelchair was difficult for her. What should I do? Seen some methods on the TV. If I remember correctly, the caretakers would lift their charges from the front. Apparently, she also imagined something similar in Froze.
やっぱり自分で。
Excuse me for a moment. I put my arms around her sides to her back and lifted her up right away. Oh, she's so light. She was much lighter than I expected, so I used a bit too much strength. Put her down on the soft grass before she could grasp the situation. Noises. I'll fix right away, so hold on a moment. Oh, so that's our handsome lad. Oh, by the way. I don't need to take a screenshot there. The gallery is already unlocked. They're made in the same way as bicycle tires. I immediately started on the repairs. She was behind me, so I couldn't see her expression, but I had a feeling she was glaring at me reproachfully for some reason. The duck was waddling around me and pecking at the soil while I was quietly working. Is this duck your pet?
違う。ただの同居に。
Housemate?
散歩しようと思ったら、勝手についてきちゃったのよ。ハト、あんまり遠くへ行っちゃダメよ。置いてっちゃうんだから。わあ。
I don't know if ducks could recognize their own names, but he did turn around when he was called. Hey, he's pretty smart.
そうなのよ。だから困るの。いたずらばっかりして。
As I looked at the duck, I saw her legs laid out on the grass in my field of vision. So she can't move them? There were various reasons why people would need to use a wheelchair, but it seemed she had a disability in her legs. When I had picked her up from a moment before, her body had stiffened up with surprise, but there had been no strength in her legs at all. The duck returned from his little excursion. While he was walking around her, he would have occasionally tried to jump onto her lap. but she was pushing him off. I watched the exchange from the corner of my eye while fixing the flat tire.
男の子ってすごいのね。そんな道具、いつも持ち歩いてるんだ。
That's not really the case, though. I only had it by chance.
私、草の上に座るのなんて久しぶり。柔らかくて気持ちいい。
As she said that, she stretched herself.
いいところよね。ここ。
Yeah, it
部屋
is.
の窓から見えるのよ。一度来てみたかったの。
Strong winds blow through this place. There were no windmills here 5 years ago, though.
5年前？
I've just come back to this town.
そうなんだ。
She directed her gaze at something far
じゃあ
away.
あなたは故郷に帰ってきたんだ。
Yeah. She suddenly hung her head. She seemed lonely and strangely sad. There was an awkward silence when I continued working.
What?
The dog looked up at the sky and tilted his head in puzzlement.
どうしたの？ハット。
She followed his gaze.
何かしら、あれ。
What?
何か飛んでる。
There was some flying in the air. It was crossing over the lake and gradually getting closer. I was told that apparently in this game I will probably learn more about gliders than I possibly could want. And honest to God, I kind of don't want to know because I am not okay with heights. At first I thought that the paper airplane she had thrown was coming back to us, but that wasn't the case. Crossed over the lake and eventually reached the air above the small hill where we were. An airplane? Paper airplane, a real one. Real on Earth? The airplanes I knew was much thinner and its wings were really big.
グライダーだ。間違いない。あれ、グライダーよ。
A glider. I repeated the name to confirm it, then looked up at the sky once more. I gotta say, the 3D they like to employ works better here. It did not work at all when he decided to fucking do like a weird 3D child Hikari hand. That looked very, very, very troubling. Its large white silhouette with spread wings somewhat remind me of a seagull.
ほら、見て。旋回してる。綺麗ね。
The glider? It kept turning leisurely above us. It's flying very slowly.
当然よ。水力がないんだもの。
As it moved slowly across the blue sky, it seemed to be floating rather than flying.
あんな風に飛ぶんだ。
Looks like it would feel nice.
降りてきた。
Turning glider started descending towards the top of the hill where we were, as if it had given up on climbing. However, it didn't look like it was going to land. It's just reducing its altitude. Why don't we try waving? Might notice. She earnestly stretched out her hand and waved towards the white aircraft gliding in the sky.
わが。
Watch out, you're gonna crash! Unless they watched the fucking tragedy of a glider flying headfirst into the blades of a windmill. I wasn't sure if the pilot noticed us or not. However, the wings flashed with reflected light and it was answering our waving. The glider then turned its back to us and flew away back to the other side of the lake where it had come from.
ちょっと。
She mumbled sadly as she lowered her hand. Gotta say, except the little wings which fly in the sky highly does not have the same ring to it as as if my heart had wings. Or even if my heart had wings. You know what? You know what I could do? I could just call the first part "If My Heart Had Wing" intentionally, just to confuse people. Like, not even like the part title, no, just like "If My Heart Had Wing" Part 1. And then the title. I fixed flat tire and went with her back to the town. We reached the residential area on the upside side of the lake, of the Windmill Hill, where we came from.
ここでいいわ。
I'll take you back to your home.
いい。
Seems like she was going to say more, but she bit her tongue. Well, I guess there's no way a disabled girl would bring a guy she hardly knew to her house just because he showed her a little kindness.
ありがとう。おかげで助かったわ。
Don't mention it. If you get a flat tire again, call me anytime. I said it jokingly, but she blushed and looked down bashfully.
あのね、ありがとう。
She wanted to thank me. She already did that a moment ago.
ちょっとだけ楽しかった。友達と遊ぶみたいで。
I had fun too. Plus, I got to see someone unusual too. Glad of it.
私も
The glider we had seen seen a while before, was flying nearby at that moment. The glider we had seen a while before was gliding nearby at that moment.
見たの初めて。素敵な思い出ができちゃった。
She murmured softly and giggled. Coupled with her cute, dainty appearance, it was a very charming smile.
それじゃあ、もう行くわね。
Okay, take care. The wheels squeaked as she pushed the wheelchair along with her hands down an empty street. The dark, wearing a hat, waddled along behind her. Hey! She pulled herself to a stop and looked back at me. See you again! She made a trouble in a bear's face, then left without saying anything. She sure was cute. Where's she from? Her appearance was quite graceful, as if she were the daughter of a rich family. Little lady with a duck. It was an odd combination, but they were strangely fitting for each other. Okay, I'd better get going. I was supposed to head to a dormitory called Flying Fish Manor. Oh! Gotta remember her name again real quick. Oscar. Oscar would be going fucking insane if she knew about that dormitory. Due to certain circumstances, that place would be my new home. I looked up at the clouds moving above while I was walking along the gently sloping streets. They drifted along leisurely, reminding me of the glider. The distinctive silhouette had left a mysterious impression on me. That looks kind of run down, actually. Finally found it. This place. This is it. Flying Fish Manor! There's a huge difference between its appearance and its name! It's like giving a tough-looking mastiff a name like Lady. Not Lily. Not Lady. I mean Lily. Let's call it Maison du Flying Fish or something. That's I couldn't find it even though I looked everywhere. I'm sure that place couldn't be the dormitory, so I completely ruled it out and walked everywhere around the area. Still can't believe it, so I checked the sign one more time. Flying Fish Manor. There's no doubt about it. Even so, I'm still not entirely convinced. After all, I know a lot about that place. It was an old Western-style house built on the shoreline of the lake. Because of its slightly appearance, we used to call it the Witch's Mansion when we were kids. As a test of courage, we would often sneak into the yard. We thought it was a rich person's residence, but it was actually a dormitory. Kefu Private Academy student dormitory. Can't just stand there in shock. Okay. Took a deep breath and straightened myself. Hello?
あら？お客さん？
Yes! Nice! Girl in underwear. Whoa! My expression that I tried so hard to straighten out instantly crumbled when a girl only in her underwear suddenly appeared before me.
どちら様ですか？
Well, why? Why is she the one who should be troubled by being... She's the one who should be troubled by being seen, so why am I the one feeling under pressure?
訪問販売はお断りしてまーす。どうしたのかなちゃん？なんかお客さんみたい。お客さん？男の人？
Another girl, but dressed normally, showed up from the inside. She let out a wild scream when she saw me. The glasses she was wearing almost slipped off.
かなちゃん、ふくふく。どうしたの？
Another girl appeared.
ゆかさん、知らない男の子がかなちゃんの裸を。なんですって？
Huh? 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 No, I didn't! My cell phone rang. It was like a divine mercy. Displayed indicated it was Mom. Excuse me for a moment. After I swiftly escaped outside, I quickly pressed the call button to answer the call. Mom! Well, the place is full of girls. Moreover, one was in her underwear.
当たり前じゃない。だってそこ。
Huh? Checked the sign once again and noticed some small writing in the corner. Girls' dormitory. This is a girls' dormitory!
あら、言ってなかったかしら？
You did this on purpose! What kind of mother are you? From now on, I'm going to be this place's dorm mother, right?
大丈夫よ。オーナーさんも寮生の方たちも了解してくれてるから。
They were screaming at the top of their lungs just now!
あら、間違えて更衣室入っちゃった？
Damn mother of mine, she's enjoying this situation. Creak. The front door opened slightly and the girls peeked
どう？
through.
さなちゃん。まだいます。
When I called out to them, they pulled their heads back inside like a pair of surprised turtles and shut the door. What should I do about this? And well, that's the situation.
ほうほう。じゃああなたが新しい寮母さんなんだ。
While I was explaining the situation, the boarders watched me from a fair distance, except for the underwear girl, who had put some clothes on. This is a bad idea, after all, a guy being a dorm mother for a girl's dormitory.
いいんじゃないの？
The girls who were hiding behind the underwear girl, even though she had clothes on, they were pretty gaudy, nodded in agreement.
誰か来てくれないともっと困るから
I mean, that's a very nice sentiment, but I don't think I want to hear that from the person who screamed at the top of the lungs after seeing me. For the first
そうな
time.
のよね。でも、もっと年配の人だとばかり思ってて。はい。
By the way, one more person that joined us was a timid girl who looked the same age as me, or maybe a year younger. What is it?
葵くんって言ったっけ？年はいくつ？
I'm still a student. Starting tomorrow, I'll be going to Keifu Academy. Tastefully annoying avoiding mentioning the age there, I see. I'm a second year.
へえ。じゃあ、年下なんだ。にやり。
She's gonna be a cheeky one, I feel. She said, hee. What do you mean, hee? The person who suggested to do all this was my mom, and, well, she kinda half-tricked me into accepting this job as the dorm mother. My mom had a job connected to real estate, and her company was managing the property.
ですって。どうしますゆかさん。チェンジします？そういう事情なら。
Girl who seemed the oldest said so, and the others reluctantly nodded in agreement. Yes, this is just until the landlord comes back, or until we find someone else. I apologize for the inconvenience, but for the time being, I'm looking forward to working with you. Everyone left and went back to their rooms once we came to an agreement, and the conversation was over.
いやー、なんかごめんね。みんなおぼこい娘さんたちのもんで、若い男を前にして舞い上がっちゃってんのよ。私は、しぐれかな子。なんかあったら私に言ってちょうだい。管理人さんの部屋は、1階の廊下の突き当たりよ。
Thank you very much. Were those all the boarders? Kanako was the underwear girl. The tall girl with long hair was Yuka, and the one wearing glasses was Sana. The timid girl who showed up last was Ryoko. That was 4 people altogether.
ああ、もう一人いるんだけど、いわゆる引きこもりというやつで。そのうち出てくるんじゃないかな。
Oh, in other words, there were 5 boarders total. The building was pretty big, but there were only 5 people living here. Come to think of it, my mom did say that there were quite a few empty rooms. There was no building, and it was somewhat far from the school, so maybe it wasn't that popular.
汗かいちゃったから、もう一回お風呂入ってこよっと。
Anyway, the conversation ended well, so I called my mom to let her know. So in the end, we somehow worked things out.
あ、それはよかったわ。言っておくけど、寮の子に手出しちゃダメよ。
What are you talking about, Mom?
まあ、問題にならない程度ならいいけど。あ、それから、前に言ったと思うけど、一人足の不自由な子がいるから。
Flap, flap, flap. Suddenly, the sound of flapping wings came from down the hallway. Then a shrill voice resounded.
待ちなさいハットぐわー
Huh? Some big and white rushed down the hallway, and behind it, at breakneck speed, a girl in a wheelchair was chasing it.
待てこのバカアヒル私のパンツ返しなさいわっわっわっ
Big white thing, which seemed kind of duck-like, ran behind me while flapping its wings. The girl in the wheelchair avoided the obstacle in her path, in other words me, chased after the deck like a drift racer. I was so overwhelmed at the speed that I couldn't say anything.
捕まえたわよハット
The girl in the wheelchair caught the duck at my feet and snatched away a small white cloth, probably panties, from its beak.
まったくあんたはいたずらばっかりして今度やったら北京ダックにしてやるんだから
The girl set the duck down in her lap and lectured him. I remembered seeing her before. However, she's completely different than the impression I got in the afternoon. Back then she seemed sweeter, or maybe graceful, and transient. However, her appearance was the same. It wasn't often that you saw such a pretty girl. Looks like that tire is in good condition.
Huh?
She finally realized that there was a guy standing there.
もしもし葵聞いてるの
Yeah, what was it?
足が不自由な子がいるから 面倒見てあげてねって話よ。
Sure, I got it. Okay, talk to you soon, Mom. I replied and ended the
ど
call.
うしてあなたがここに。
After saying that, she realized she was holding the small cloth in her hand and quickly stuffed it under her butt to hide it.
なんでここにいるの？新しい寮母さんだよ、小鳥ちゃん。
Kanako, who was supposed to be having a bath, suddenly showed up.
何よそれ、聞いてないんですけど。いようにも小鳥ちゃん、めったに部屋から出てこないんだもん。新しい寮母って男の子じゃない。
Hey! Look! Take a look! Is what I felt like she was saying as she relentlessly pointed at me.
そのやりとりはうちらはるか昔に通過したから。
The girl called Kotori glared at Kanako like she wasn't fearing. I'm the new dorm mother, Aoi Minase.
ハバネ小鳥です。
Amane reluctantly responded to my introduction.
この子はハト。ってもう知ってるわよね。わあ。
Hat turned to face me and flapped his wings. It was a clever duck.
本当にあなたが新しい寮母さんなの？
Yep, that's right. Are you against it? It can't be helped. She says she doesn't like that. The dorm mother of a girl's dormitory is a guy at the same age at that. Habane closed her eyes and quietly took a deep breath as if she was trying to clear her mind. Habane?
昼間のことは忘れて。
In the afternoon? Which part?
なるべく全部だけど。そうね。強いて言うなら。
She stopped there and glanced at Kanako, who was standing behind Kotori, pricking up her ears. Kanako got the message and disappeared down the hallway.
この私が、ついうっかりポロッと泣いちゃったりしたことよ。
Ah. That incident was quite vivid, and I remembered it well. Seeing a girl's tears from so close wasn't something one experienced often. I don't know what you thought about it, but those tears were very beautiful.
忘れ
Huh? No, not yet.
た？忘れろ、今すぐ。
Don't be ridiculous. If you keep repeating it like that, it will get engraved in my memory even more.
あのね、新入りのあなたは知らないだろうけど、私これでも。
Habane straightened her back, put on a clear, aloof smile, and brushed up her hair with a natural gesture.
クールビューティーで通ってるの。
What is this beauty?
ビューティーよ。ちょっと言い間違えただけ。
Ah! There's a word! There is a word like that!
もう一回言うから、もう一回やらせて。
You said, then straightened her back and made a composed smile again. Nah, I got what you meant already.
もう、意地悪、ハゲ足取り、人でなし。
Habane threw just about every possible insult at me and turned her wheelchair around. With that, she raced back down the hallway and took refuge in her room. Go. Did I just call him Goat? Hat got thrown off along the way. He chased after her and entered the room through a small door, probably meant for a duck, installed at the bottom of the main door. I looked on in disbelief. I don't need to say this, but the dainty, delicate image she had in the afternoon had completely crumbled away, taking the faintly sprouting feeling of love along with it. Well, there go those affections. But cool beauty, huh? When I remembered her confidently brushing her hair up, I almost burst out laughing. Funny girl. From the very beginning, everything had been so messed up, but I had a hunch things were about to get kind of entertaining. Except the little wings were flying the sky highly. Still weird. Never not gonna be weird, really. An item in your inventory. a Habane Kotori trading card. Why is she in her undies? What? My first job as a dorm mother was making breakfast for the boarders.
うんうんうんうん。うまい。葵くん、料理上手だね。おかわ
Sure, large serving,
り。
right?
わかってるね。
I was pretty confident in my cooking. Until now, I had been living with my father, who had been transferred to the countryside. I was helping with housework every day. I was in charge of preparing the meals, and I liked cooking to begin with. That's one of the reasons why I accepted the job as a dorm mother. The others don't need breakfast. No one else has come to the dining hall. Even when somebody was passing by, they were kind of sneaking around for some reason. And Nakanako looked towards the hallway. The oldest boarder, Yuka, was just peeking here, quickly ran away.
もう、みんなオブだからね。男の子に免疫がないのよ。
Keifu is a co-ed school, right?
いくら学校で同じでも、寝起きの緩み切ったすっぴんが見られちゃうわけじゃないからね。
I see. Seems that working as a dorm mother of a girls' dormitory will be a little problematic after all. That was the reason why I accepted the job as a dorm mother at Flying Fish Manor. Not long ago, the landlord had collapsed. It seems that she's pretty old. That was straining her back. She also caught a summer cold, which made matters worse. The landlord immediately started looking for a replacement, but couldn't find anyone. Ignore that. And then she sought help from my mother, who works at the local real estate company. It was one of the properties that my mom manages. She and the landlord are old acquaintances. She picked me for this job since I was planning to come back here. Officially, my mom was the one responsible for this place. In practice, I was carrying out the work of the dorm mother. It was actually the condition for letting me come back to this town. As usual, she was taking advantage of me, but I wasn't really against the idea, so I accepted. If I had known it was a girls' dormitory, I would have certainly refused. This place was old and a little far from the school, but the rent was cheap. Apart from the food and administrative expenses, it cost next to nothing. It would have been a bother if they couldn't stay here. It would have been a bother if they couldn't stay here. The worst, some boarders wouldn't have been able to go to school. That's why they accepted a guy as a temporary dorm mother.
ごちそうさー。美味しかった。
Kanako stacked up the dishes on the counter and licked her lips in satisfaction.
みんなそのうち慣れるって。じゃ、行ってきまーす。
She had eaten it all. Not even a single grain of rice was left. Maybe people enjoy my cooking. Feels pretty good. I did this heartily. I felt as if I got more praise than I deserved. Oops, it's later. Better get ready for school too. I bumped into Habane in the entry hall. She was wearing her uniform and looked like she was about to head to school. Good morning, Habane.
おはよう。
Are you going to school? Shall we go together?
なんでそうなるの？
Why? Look.
私の足のことを心配してるなら余計なお世話よ。
She replies curtly and quickly went out the front door. I don't have any friends at school, so I just wanted to have someone to talk to. Apparently she misunderstood something. Put on my new uniform and made my way to school. I was a dorm mother, but also a student at KF Academy. Or rather, that was my main occupation. Today was the first day of my new school. I'm not the shy type, but I was actually a little nervous. The school I was going to before was a sports-focused all-boys school. Cave Academy, the school I'll be attending starting today, was an engineering school, and it was also co-educational. As I walked along the streets leading the school, there were more and more groups of people wearing the same uniform. I used to live here 5 years ago. There's some people that I know, but most of my acquaintances went on to regular schools. One of the ones who went to Cave Academy remembered me. One acquaintance would make a big difference. As for Bucci, I got barely misunderstood. Oh yeah, which school does behind the others go to? By the way, I won't be doing Ageha's route. Like nearly everyone I talked to that played this game said that Ageha was like a great character until her route. Her route just ruined her character. They were my childhood friends. I always played with them when I was a kid. They were Ageha, Mabo, Hotaru, and Anchan. Out of that group, Ageha and Mabo are the same age as me, but we haven't met in 5 years and haven't really stayed in touch. We exchanged New Year's cards. Now that I mentioned it, I think there was a small message about which school they were planning to enter in a corner of the last New Year's card. But to say again, I had a lot of stuff to deal with and I found it a little bothersome. Save for once, I haven't told anyone that I'm coming back. To be honest, I wasn't even sure how I should act if I saw them. When it comes to Ageha, she would probably say something like, "Why did you contact me?" and hit me. She used to look and act like a real tomboy. I recalled the past and grinned. At the spot where two school routes merged, a girl wearing a Keifu uniform stopped walking and looked at me. The other girls who were walking with her were puzzled and asking her what was going on. However, that girl, as if she couldn't hear them, kept staring fixatedly at me. Her gaze seemed slightly surprised. It's pretty cute. Without realizing, I stopped walking and was looking at the girl as well. I was going to an all-boys school until just a few days ago. It's only natural that merely the sight of a girl, moreover a cute one, going to school in her uniform made my heart skip a beat.
もしかして、葵?
Yes, that's me. I was a little surprised when she called out my name. When she called out my name all of a sudden and in such a familiar manner at that. What could that be?
やっぱり葵だ! 嘘! 本当に?
She called me in a very familiar way again, looking very delighted. Did I know any cute girls this cute? No, wait, I've seen this face before. His eyes that sparkled like a little kid's when she smiled. Could it be it? Ageha!
もしかしなくてもアゲハよ。忘れちゃったの？私の顔。
That's Akani's voice, isn't it? While saying that, she briskly approached me and brought her face right in front of mine without hesitation. Oh, by the way, since I don't plan on going for a route, someone just straight up tell me what about her route ruins her, because if it turns out to not be that bad to me, I'll just go for it anyways. But if no one tells me, I'll just skip it. It was definitely Ageha. She changed a lot, but if I just look at her face, there's no doubt it's her. I really thought Ageha!
しつこいな。他にどのアゲハがいるってのよ。正真正銘。本物の姫木アゲハです。
The other girls gathered around us in a circle and asked her who I was. Ageha turned towards them and introduced me.
この子、水瀬葵くん。転校生よ。サッチンは覚えてるよね。
Sachin replied, "No way, this is Minase?" in a soft, surprised voice. That's right, we were in the same class at one point in 4th grade.
私と葵は幼馴染なの。昔ここに住んでたんだけど、転校してっちゃったのよね。
The girls seemed interested in Ageha's explanation. They looked at me in anticipation. Nice to meet you all, I'm Minase Aoi. Made a stern face as I introduced myself to hide my embarrassment of being in front of so many girls in school uniforms. Ageha, who was looking at me, snickered in amusement. I never thought I would be doing self-introductions on the way to school like that, so I was totally unprepared. I'll say it again. Let me do it again. Bucci's words skimmed through my mind.
背伸びたわね。最初誰かわかんなかったわ。
As she spoke, Agya moved her hands near the top of my head to check the difference in height between us. Our bodies were making contact, but she either didn't notice or didn't mind. Flinched slightly, but the fact that she was so unreserved actually made me feel more comfortable.
昔は私といい勝負だったのに。男の子はずるいな。
Speaking of which, you've also changed.
そう？
She looked at herself as she said that. Yeah, even though you always looked like a boy, now your figure has become quite girly. Those were my honest thoughts, but I sounded strangely nude when I said that. I thought you would be a little mad for that, but...
どうだ、いい女になっただろ。
Agya laughed happily and did a little spin on the spot. The force of her turn made her skirt flutter a little. Yeah, it's like you're not really Agya. Thanks, I spoke my mind without thinking.
イエーイ、やったね。
Agya was pleased and high-fived her friends. Seeing her in high spirits felt like just like the old times. Agya, my best friend from childhood, hadn't changed in the 5 years that had passed. With the exception of her appearance. The lessons on my first day at my new school flew by in the blink of an eye. Between lessons taught in the regular schools like language and social studies were classes from technical curriculum. I was still in my second year, so I didn't have many of those classes. But it appears that when you reach third and fourth years, they become quite numerous. By the way, this was a 5-year school. Because of that, when I was walking through the hallways... Oh, she's pretty. It's probably due to the sad nature of my former all-boys school, but I couldn't stop my eyes from following the girls as I walked past them.
ほほう。早速女子のチェックですか？
No, that's not it. I just thought that they looked really grown up, that's all.
4年か5年の先輩じゃないかな。
At our age, the gap of 3 or 4 years can be pretty big. The upperclassmen looked very mature.
それにね、うちってこの手の専門学校にしては女子の比率が多いんだよ。
Huh? Why's that? Asked without thinking, Agya looked at me as if she wanted to call me a pervert.
校舎の建て替えと同時期に女子生徒の受け入れを強化したんだって。
I'd heard about that before it answered. They increased the number of courses for girls and asked famous designers to design a new school building. I mean, the school buildings do look fucking swanky. Like Jesus Christ. I remember hating going through my school sometimes. Like, the school was fine everywhere, aside from the main hall. And there, the first floor is fine. Because, like, the hallways in, like, the main hall, it was like, it wasn't just like, oh, we have these floors. Like, the main hall was just, like, properly a main hall with, like, these walkways on the side for each, level, I guess I'll say. Floor, for each floor. That's the one. But like the they did have railings, but the railings were like strangely low to the point where I always like walked as far away from the railings as I possibly could because I was paranoid. I thought that some stupid kid or some asshole was gonna like run past me because they're late for classes or something and accidentally push me over the railing. Like, that was, like, probably one of the main sources of stress for school life for me. It's said that thanks to that, the ratio of boys and girls is about 50-50. Became one of the selling points of the school. Knowing that, I had been wavering before I decided to transfer here. I'd like to think it's inevitable for a former all-boys school student. By the way, it was lunchtime. Agya was in the middle of guiding me around the school building. This school building is amazing. The school itself was pretty old. Since it was a special kind of school, it wasn't actually pretty famous in the local area. I've known about it as well since I was little. The school building has been rebuilt over the last few years. The renovations divided into several stages. The work was completed just 1 year ago. It's said to be designed by a famous designer. The design featured many curved lines, and its appearance was quite different from what is generally associated with the word school. It felt like I'd entered some kind of sci-fi setting.
設備も最高だよ。冷暖房完備、完全バリアフリーで、どんな人も安心して学校生活が送れます。
Barrier free? That's right, Bucci, aka Amane Kotri should be somewhere in the school.
でもさ、葵、ほんと変わったよね。
Okay, I was walking by the side, butchered as she looked at my face.
顔とか、昔はもっと可愛らしかったのに、なんかゴツゴツしちゃってさ。
Yeah, same to you.
ひどっ私、ゴツゴツなんてしてないもん。
She knew that I thought she was cute when we met on the way to school. She'd never stop joking about it, so I kept quiet.
あんちゃんから聞いてなかったら気づかなかったわよ。
I read it from Anchan.
そう、葵が帰ってくるってね。
By the way, I wasn't in the same class as Agya. She knew that I might be coming as a transfer student, so she wasn't all that surprised by our encounter this morning.
あんたね、帰ってくるなら連絡くらいよこしなさいよね。
Sorry. As for Anchan, he wasn't really my older brother or anything. He was our childhood friend, but since he was much older than us, we nicknamed him Anchan. Even though he's not related by blood, he's just like an older brother to us. Agya glared at me and grumbled as I tried to laugh it off.
昔の私ならアックスボンバーかましてるところよ。
Didn't actually hit me though. Funny thing that happened actually in Divinity earlier today. I got to the part where this extremely powerful troll is guarding a bridge, and I can either pay him 5,000 gold, do his quest to kill another bridge troll, or actually try to kill him, which is the option that is extremely fucking hard. Decided anyways. My first attempt was just regular combat. He one-shot both of my characters. Retry. A second try, I placed 6 oil barrels right in front of him and chucked a fireball at him. You know, effective methodology, except it only took off 1/4 of his HP. So I tried to win the fight by just running, and I actually managed to kill him like that, but decided to reload just to his quest. Then I found a poison of flower nearby that drops a pool of poison where it spawns, and if you chuck it somewhere, it spawns a cloud of poison in the area continuously every turn. And poison in Divinity Original Sin 2 and the first one explodes in contact with fire. So what did I do? I used telekinesis to just bring it with me all the way to the fucking bridge, chucked it at his feet, and threw a fireball at the poison gas, which he didn't consider an attack since the fireball didn't hit him. Or something? I think it would have been considered an attack if it was the oil barrel, but for some reason the plant didn't count. So he just stood there in the continuously exploding poison gas, and you just fucking stood there oh, what's happening? He actually continuously repeated a voice line. I was ow! What? Huh? Until he died. So yeah, that was funny. While we were talking, we went back to the classroom. Classrooms weren't exactly normal either. Felt a little uneasy taking lessons here, but I'll probably get used to it sometime soon. By the way, there's a girl in the wheelchair in the school, right? Her name is Amane. Asked Aga as we returned to our seats. I didn't ask what year she was in, even if it wasn't the same as ours. I thought Aga would know her. That was quite an evasive response for Aga. It wasn't just her. Other people who were sitting nearby and overheard our conversation also seemed to be feeling kind of awkward.
ハバネさんならうちのクラスだよ。今日は来てないみたいだけど。
After Aga said that, someone added, "You meant today either, right?" The way she said that seemed quite harsh. It can't be. I mean, I'd say that she left the dormitory this morning in the uniform, but it bit my tongue. because the atmosphere was rather strange.
ここんとこずっと休んでるんだ。体調が良くないみたいでさ。
Poor health. Yesterday she went out to the windmill hill, and later she was chasing that duck around the halls of the dormitory. This morning she was wearing a uniform as she left the dorm. She's skipping school. However, our classmates' reaction to our conversation was even more worrying, and Hamane's absence seemed that Agaya wasn't telling me everything. I don't really know the situation, so I can't say.
おい、山本。英語の辞書を貸してくんね。
Just when the awkward mood had faded, carefree voice resounded. A somewhat frivolous guy appeared in the entrance of the classroom and called out to a guy from our class.
お、ちょうどいいところに。おーい、マーボー。
だよ、アゲハ。なんか用か？
A guy called Mob went at the
お
classroom.
前と仲良くしてっと、エリちゃんのご機嫌が悪くなんだよ。あれってやっぱ、ジェラシーってやつだよな。
いいからこっち来い。
お、誰これ？転校生？アゲハは見た目結構可愛いけど、中身男だから気をつけろ。
Agya and I both looked blankly at him for a moment.
なんだよ。
Long time no see, Mabo.
は？
He made a puzzled face while the transfer student suddenly acted so familiarly with him. It's me. Have you forgotten me?
俺だよって。え？お前、葵？
I looked at Agya and she...
にや。
Looks like she didn't tell him anything because she wanted to surprise him. This slightly frivolous guy was Tazaki Masatsugu, aka Mabo. He was our childhood friend.
なんで葵がここにいるんだよ。てか、転校生って？
あんた驚きすぎ。
そりゃ驚くって。
You seem well, Mabo. You've grown pretty tall. Masatsugu used to be really small, but now he was about as tall as me. It's not the same kind of change as with Agya, but it looks like he's grown up to about twice the size in 5 years that have passed since we were kids.
お前こそ
He firmly shook our right hands. It was just a little
本
greeting.
当に葵なのかよ。
Yeah, I'm back, Mabo.
おかえり。葵
This time he gave me a full-on hug. Hey!
熱い友情ってやつだね。
We were the only ones who thought so. All the girls around us were totally freaked out.
会いたかったよ。
What?
じゃねえよ、この裏切り者。
Mabo suddenly backed off and pointed his fingers at the tip of my nose. What's this all about?
いきなり出て行ったと思ったら、ろくに連絡もよこさねえで。俺やアゲハがどんな思いでいたか、てめえ知ってるのか？
いやいや、勝手に私を巻き添えにするな。
そのくせよくものこのこと。
I'm sorry, but I couldn't help moving away. If you want to complain, go talk to my dad. I thought about writing a letter, but it was kind of embarrassing. We're both at fault for not contacting each other to begin with.
この裏切り者め、俺は絶対許さないか。お前なんか嫌いだ。バカバカ。
Saliva flew out of his mouth as he emphasized that. After that, Mabo forgot all about borrowing the English dictionary and stormed out of the classroom.
子供かい。
It was just us. Everyone in the classroom was shocked.
こうなると思って教えてなかったんだけどね。知ってたらあいつ、最初から全開であんな感じだっただろうから。
I think that was the right decision. You have my thanks. Even so, he did seem really upset about
あ
it.
いつ最近彼女ができて調子づいてんのよ。小さい頃は、葵、アゲハ、待ってよーとか言って、私らの後にくっついてきてたのにね。大丈夫、すぐ元通りになるって。だってあいつ、葵大好きっ子だもん。
Don't say it like that, it sounds gross.
そうかわいいじゃない。
While we were talking, the bell sounded, which marked the end of lunchtime. Everyone put away their lunch boxes and got ready for the next lesson. Agya was also going back to her seat, but she stopped halfway and came back. What's the matter? Agya lowered her voice, watching out for those around.
なんでハバネさんのこと知ってるのかなって。
You see, my mother asked me to be dorm mother of the student dormitory. Also lowered my voice so that those around us wouldn't hear.
寮の管理人？
Amane is living there.
そうなんだ。
My mom asked me to take good care of her. And if she hadn't, I'd be worried about her anyway. When she heard my explanation, I started thinking about something. Expression was somewhat dark.
このまま来なくなるんじゃないかってみんな心配してる。あんまり学校が楽しくないみたいなんだ。
It's like she couldn't believe someone that could dislike school. Seemed to enjoy it.
私？もちろんだよ。だって楽しいじゃない、学校。
Certainly more fun than fucking looking for work. I guess. Still my first day at the new school, but I was enjoying it quite as bit as well.
そっか。そうなんだ。
Kazuya was satisfied by my explanation, and she turned to her seat while muttering something. After school, I was alone and was wandering around the school building. I wanted to take a look at some of the club activities. Film studies, drama club. There's even an RC club. I expected it from a technical school. I looked at the sports grounds from the window. Sports clubs were practicing in the heat. Compared to my school, it's pretty calm. Sports clubs in my school were taken very seriously. Besides, training before a match was one of a grueling harshness. Wait, why did I say my school there? I'm a student at this school now. I go take a look. Went down next to the playing field to watch the sports clubs practicing. Immediately felt like joining the practice myself though, so I decided to leave. The doctor said that light exercises shouldn't be a problem, but... Knew it! I called it. He got into an accident and can't ride the bicycle anymore. Tried stepping firmly with my right foot and didn't really feel any discomfort. A group from the baseball club was returning from the off-campus running course and entered to the school gate.
水瀬! お前、水瀬だろ?
The one who called out to me was my old acquaintance. Tsutsuguchi! Long time no
お前、
see!
帰ってきたんだってな。もう部活は決めたのか?
No, not yet. I'm taking a look around right now.
野球部入れよ。お前ならすぐレギュラーなれるぞ。
When I was a kid, I often played baseball in the park. Some of the guys I used to play with back then were now on the baseball team. I'll think about it. I responded casually. The baseball club members repeated their request and turned back towards the sports grounds. Baseball, whatever. Anything would be fine if only I could move my body normally. I grumbled to myself I don't want to be anywhere near the sports grounds anymore, so I went the opposite way and entered the path leading behind the school. I walked around the rear side of the school grounds for a while. The rear garden, well, it was called like that. It looked like it hasn't been maintained at all. It's just an empty space overgrown with weeds. In that empty space, there was a lone garage. Hello, I'm coming in. No one was there. But I called out before going inside, just to be sure. This place is also used for some club activities. Maybe it was used for classes. Well, there's a fucking lighter right there. The shelves that covered the walls were crammed with many tools and parts. I don't even know what could they be used for. In the center there was a huge object covered with a sheet. The feeling that had welled up in me when I watched the sports club practice was strangely subsiding while I was here. The tools at the dimly lit garage must have reminded me of the times when I was tinkering with my bicycle. What is this used for? I quietly walked to the garage. It's pretty spacious. There's even a tea set here. There's no doubt about it. Someone was using this place. It feels strangely comfortable. I guess one of the clubs must... Whoa! Someone's here! I was so surprised I felt like my heart was about to jump out. The person who was there seemed like she hadn't noticed me at all. She was staring at blueprints placed on some sort of a drawing board and was groaning for some reason. I'm sorry for letting myself in here. I'll be going now. Nah, God, she just didn't hear me. She stared at the blueprints with extremely serious eyes. She looked like she was concentrating really hard. I don't know what to do, so I just looked at her from the side. When I look closely, she is really beautiful. Wait, what am I staring at her for? Flustered, I looked away. However, it looks like she still hadn't noticed me, so I took another glimpse. She looks quite mature. Is she a 5th year? She's so pretty. Amane was lovely too, but this person was different. She had a mysterious charm. Whoosh! Suddenly she stood up. Sorry! I averted my eyes and apologized without thinking. She went straight at me. And past you. Passed by my side and grabbed a big, thick book from the shelf.
やっぱりそうか。
She found some after flipping through just a few pages and went straight back to her seat again. In a good mood, she swiftly started drawing the plans. The pen was making brisk, swishing sounds as it ran across the sheets. The mature air that she had until just now completely changed. When she smiled, she looked quite childish. Her eyes that were fixed on the plans seemed filled with crystal clear purity. Those eyes were like those of an innocent child who believes that the world is full of wonderful, glittering things.
これでよしっと。
Rand stopped. I didn't miss that timing. Excuse me?
Hmm?
She finally noticed me!
いや、こんにちは。
Even though I had appeared so unexpectedly, she didn't show any signs of caution. Still in good mood, she smiled and greeted me. Hi. I managed to greet her all right, but I couldn't find any words to continue the conversation.
どうかしたのかい？
I'm sorry that I let myself in here. I just transferred here today, and I was taking a look at the club activities, and then I stumbled in here. I got a little carried away and said more than necessary, but she didn't seem interested at all. She was looking at me as if she wanted to ask, what about it?
勝手に入ってくれて構わないぞ。
She said that somewhat bluntly, but it seemed she wasn't angry. She has a strange way of speaking. Well then, I better get going now. Sorry for the interruption. Bye. When I was about to leave, a miserable yet grand sound echoed throughout the garage. What was that noise?
ああ、お腹すいた。
Her voice sounds familiar. Is that Rika again? This game actually has a fan disc. And it's translated. Is that included here, or do I have to get this fan disc separately? Or is it any good in the first place? I guess that is also an important question to ask. Now, let's see. There she is. Gogyo Nazuna. No, that's not her. Oh, she voiced someone and she's sung in Haruka no Sora. Again. That's not Yosuga. There's a difference. My god, I'm bad. Oh, she is in the opening for Majikoi A4. So she's most likely Rinchu. Yes, she's Rinchu. I knew I recognized her voice, at least. I guessed it wrong. Sure. But I knew that I heard her voice somewhere before. Fuck me, I'm good. I mean, I'm kind of not good since I... Oh, actually, forget what I said. She voices someone in Yosuga no Sora as well. The mature lady. Again. Wait, hold on. And that means... Yeah, wait. Huh? What? So it is Rika? Am I just going... I missed the Kitami Rika name. So I wasn't insane, and I'm just that good anyway. I read through the aliases for the Kitami Rika alias and somehow accidentally read over it. So yeah, I'm not insane. That's Rika. Always nice to know. And Senna from Noble Works, I guess. But Rika is the important one. You know, fuck Senna. She gave me a YouTube strike. But always nice to see, nice when I recognize a voice. She said in a weak voice, a beautiful girl, when she held her stomach and collapsed onto the drawing board right before my eyes. Then held her stomach and collapsed onto the drawing board right before my eyes. That sounds just now. Was your stomach? We're inside the garage, so the sound echoed like crazy. Sounds like a roar of a monster.
空腹だったことを体が思い出してしまったらしいぞ。
She tried to get up unsteadily. Apparently she didn't have enough strength, so she slumped down, laying her cheek on the drawing board again. Would you like to eat this? Took some bread out of my bag. Thought I'd get hungry if I only had a lunchbox. I bought some melon bread during the lunch break. Her eyes sparkled as if she was an explorer who had discovered treasure in a secluded cave.
いいのか?
Go ahead.
ありがとう.
She took the melon bread and immediately opened the wrapper and bit into the contents. She was devouring it greedily while scattering crumbs everywhere, like it was really delicious.
おいしい。おいしい。久しぶりのカロリー摂取だ。
Could it be that she's full? The fact that she was so delighted just by something like melon bread was quite worrying. She didn't pay any mind to my pitying gaze or compassion, it just ate up the high-calorie melon bread.
おいしかった。
Why them bedroom eyes? She murmured happily at the peak of joy. She looked like she was mulling over the taste of the melon bread in her
脳
mind.
に糖分が染み渡る。
She said as she turned back to the drawing board. She then resumed drawing the plans with incredible energy. Based on her earnest expression, it seemed that she had already forgotten about me. What a strange girl. Very strange indeed. Well then, I'll be off now. Probably didn't hear me. Okay, I took the melon bread wrapper she had left behind and put it in my pocket, then turned to leave. Reluctantly left the peculiar atmosphere of the garage behind me. Well, I guess I'll head back. By the time I finished checking out the club, the sky was orange and it was slowly getting dark.
あ、いた。
Oh yeah, I was at the school gate. As soon as she saw me, she pointed the cell phone she was holding at me.
まだ残ってたら一緒に帰ろうと思って何回もかけたのにちっとも出ないんだもん。
I told Aria I would take a look at the club activities before leaving.
着信履歴見てみ。
I can't, I left my phone at the dormitory.
はあ？なんで？それじゃ携帯の意味ないじゃん。
Isn't bringing cell phones prohibited by the school rules?
そうだけど、そんなの守ってる子いないよ。
So it's okay as long as you didn't get caught. Like, here's the thing. Rules prohibiting just bringing phones? Retarded. Rules prohibiting use of phones? That's okay. My school actually had a rule where in the school itself you were not allowed to use your phone. Unless for like emergency calls. For which you would usually just go to the secretary's room. Or in either the north or south courtyard. There were like these big courtyards outside, and if you actually need to like want to use your phone, you could just go there and use it there. But generally, like If it was like lunch break or something, like this was mainly for like breaks and stuff. For if it was lunch break or something and you had like headphones on or something, teachers would generally like just ignore you, not do anything if you just sat in like the cafeteria and watched a video or listened to music while eating. Then again, you can't really I can't really swear by that, since the thing I did in the cafeteria wasn't like watch videos or something. I sat down with like a group of friends and played cards. And not like fucking Yu-Gi-Oh cards or something like that. Like I sat down and played like fucking like... Here's the thing. There's like a specific like Barbarian suit of cards. It's got, instead of like ace, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Always forget what J is. You're like J, then Queen, then King. The Barbarian suit of cards is, technically, it's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ober und, unter Ober. King Ace. I don't know how to say what to call it, unter Ober. Maybe like, I don't know. Baron is something else. But most games didn't use the 6, so usually you would just carry a suit of cards that's just 7 to ace. And they were like played games like Schafkopfen that we would constantly play. In fact, that was like the only card game that we played. Every fucking break, every fucking like lunch break, just regular break. We just in the fucking morning, we just sat down and played fucking Schafkopfen every fucking day. Sometimes the teachers would join in. Like, I had like a case where I was like playing and suddenly a teacher just walked up behind me like, hey, play that. And just fucking like, basically just fucking carried me throughout the entire fucking game. Anyways, in my case, it wasn't that I cared about school rules all that much. Moreover, I just found it bothersome to carry a cell phone around.
せっかく番号教えてもらったのに、これじゃ意味なしだよ。
How do you know my number? 5 years ago, when I left Kazagaoda, I was still just a kid, so I didn't have a cell phone.
さっきあんちゃんから聞いた。メアドも送ってもらったから、これからバンバンメールするね。
Don't do that, it'll be a bother. Writing text on a cell phone was too fiddly and bothersome, so I didn't really like it. But I apparently ignored what I said. She started walking on ahead.
じゃあ帰ろっか。どうだった？転校初日は。
Seemed like an interesting school. It was different than the sports school or regular schools and had a unique atmosphere. Everyone looks like they enjoy it. Everyone looks like they enjoy it. That's, how should I put it? That they come here to hang out.
それは言えてるかも。みんなやりたいことがあって来てるからね。
Things I want to do,
入りたい部活は見つかった？
I'm not sure. There are a few that seemed interesting though.
うち運動部はあんまり盛んじゃないから、葵には物足りないかもね。
What do you do? What do you do, Ageha?
私はロボット部。ロボット作ってコンクールに出るの。
Robots. That's kind of, that sounds interesting too.
葵だったらいつでも大歓迎だよ。
I'll think about it.
それじゃあ、私こっちだから。
But your place that way.
ああ、引っ越したんだ。風見商店街が再開発でなくなったのを知らないの？
No way, seriously?
でっかいショッピングモールができたの。うちの店もそこに入ってるんだよ。また休みの日にでも案内してあげるよ。じゃ、また明日ね。
Hey!
何？
Thanks for everything today.
いいっていいって。今度パフェでもおごってくれたらそれで十分。
Wait, that's... yeah, it's the same as in the past.
ああ、うん。
That's huge relief.
私も 葵が見た目以外変わってなくてよかった。あは、見た目もそんなに悪くないよ。極秘情報をリークするとね、今日だけでいろんな子から葵の携帯番号を聞かれたし。
Seriously.
訂正。スケベになったね、葵。
So what? That's because of the all boys. That's because at the all boys school I didn't have any contact with girls.
まあ、健全な男子である証拠か。しばらく会わないうちに大人になっちゃったんだね。
I guess said that happily. So have you? To be honest, I thought you would have grown up to be more rough and tomboyish.
だね。
I guess smiled in silence. You know, that innocent smile reminded me of how ugly I was when she was still just a
お
child.
かえりなさい、葵。
Ah. Yeah.
また明日からよろしくな、アイポー。
Roles like that kind of really fit Ikari's voice actress. BAM! Ow! She slapped my back with all her strength.
じゃあね
Then she gave me a big wave and turned around the corner. Ow, that rascal. Might have gotten a little cuter, but she hasn't really changed on the inside. Welcome back, huh? Her attitude hasn't really changed compared to the past. That improved my mood a little. After Aggie and I went our separate ways, I went shopping for dinner on the way back. It's gonna be hot again tomorrow. I'll have to make nutritious food to give them energy. Put the menu together in my head enthusiastically. And I forgot to buy milk. There was a convenience store around in front of me. 5 years ago, there was a tobacconist here. It's a little expensive, but I didn't have time to go back to the supermarket. And when I was thinking that, the automatic door opened and the self-proclaimed cool beauty left the store. She had a bag on her lap. Her smile was the exact opposite of cool. She didn't notice me and went in the direction of the dormitory. That girl didn't go to school. What was she doing? Gave up on buying the milk and followed Amane. When she got back to the dormitory, she opened the front door just slightly.
あと、あと。
She called Hat from the other side of the door and spoke to him about something. She was sneaking around and seemed really
あい
suspicious.
つがいないか見てきて。ほら、あいつよ。あの意地悪な男子。
She talked about me. As a girls' dormitory, so I'm the only boy here. I remember being mean though. I don't know why, but it would appear that she is sneaking around to avoid being found by me. That's what she plans. I headed for the back door of the dormitory. I hid myself in the kitchen for now.
わわ
Shh! Go tell her I'm not here.
わ。
I don't know if he got the message, but he left the dining hall and headed for the entrance while wiggling his butt. While I was waiting in an ambush, I put the food I bought in the fridge. After a little while,
いないみたいね。よしよし。
why, hello there! When Amane entered the dining hall, she went straight to the cupboard and took out a spoon. She then took out a dish and sat at the table, still in her wheelchair. She put the shopping bag on the from the convenience store on the table. Inside was pudding. Or not. Haagen-Dazs? He used to say it was top quality ice cream. Not only that, but was the family size. It's really huge and costs 2,500 yen. She opened the lid and held a spoon used for eating curry in her right hand.
やるわよ、ついに。ガガン。
Amane spoon dug a very deep hole in the smooth surface of the Haagen-Dazs. She stuffed her cheeks with one spoonful. One scoop like that could be about 100 yen.
幸せ。
She brought her hand to her cheek as though she was flooded with happiness from the bottom of her heart. What is she doing? Seeing what she was doing made hiding and watching her seem pretty ridiculous. Unaware that I was watching, Amane was digging through the ice cream rapidly, like a construction machine. Even if it was only 105 yen ice cream, you'd savor the flavor more than that.
もやもや。
With the next mouthful of ice cream, Amane suddenly lowered her head and held her temples.
大丈夫。ちょっとキーンときただけ。
Getting a brain freeze from eating too much Haagen-Dazs is the epitome of luxury. During this little pause, Amane opened her notebook. Something was written there. Sneaked up a little closer behind her. Shh. Next to the words, eat as much Haagen-Dazs as I want. Amane happily wrote, done.
ミッションコンプリート。
Seemed to be some sort of list. That's things I want to do. What's the type? That was the title, and there were bullet points below. Stroke the head of the big dog in the neighborhood. It's really scary, and it might be unexpectedly friendly. If possible, I'd like to ride around on its back, fill the bath with water, and swim in it like in a pool, throw a pie, so on. Among those was go and see the Windmill Hill, with the done written next to it. What is this? Whoa! Amane's scream pierced through my right ear and went out the left one.
何？なんであなたがここにいるの？
I was here before you came.
そうなはず。
Her mouth was open in shock as she looked at Hat. Well, I guess it's possible for a duck to do reconnaissance. Even if he managed to correctly understand his mission, there's no way it could convey the message. Amane looked away, ashamed. I'm sorry surprising you. You were sneaking around, so I thought you were up to something. I didn't mean to spoil her personal enjoyment.
やっぱり意地悪だ。
I went back to the kitchen to get things ready for dinner. Amane continued eating the ice cream, except she was sulking. She wanted to say that it tasted only half as good now. Why didn't you go to school?
風邪ひいてるの。ケホケホ。
She blatantly lied. Should someone who has a cold be eating ice cream? I'm the dorm mother, you know. You have to make sure the boarders have the right lifestyle.
私はあなたを寮母と認めた覚えはないわ。大体、男なのに寮母っておかしいじゃない。
Swoosh! She went through the trouble of turning around just so that she could point at me. If you want to call me dorm father, then that's fine by me. Amane turned around and went back to enjoying her ice cream. You weren't at school, then when were you? Asked in a somewhat softer
あ
tone.
なたには関係ない。
Did you go to the Windmill Hill again?
Oh.
She ignored me and kept eating her ice cream. It is my
だ
business.
から、私はあなたを寮母だなんて。
I don't mean that. Yesterday, if I hadn't been passing by, where would you be right? If I hadn't been passing by, where would you be right now? If something went wrong in a place like that, it's possible that nobody would come to help. If you could move your wheelchair, what would you have done by yourself?
それは。
Do you still think it's none of my business? I didn't say that to blame her for anything. That's why I tried to speak as calmly as possible. However, I put my serious feelings in.
だから、お礼言ったでしょ。この私がお礼言うなんて、すごく珍しいことなんだから。ほんとよ。オオサンショウウオくらい希少なのよ。逆に、感謝してほしいくらいだわ。
You're proud of that? If you think that people will be grateful just because it's so rare, you're severely mistaken. Amane faltered after the sound argument, put down the spoon and started thinking seriously.
でも、私、こんなだから、何もできない。アイス食べる？高いやつよ。
No, don't. Sounded a little mean at Amane. Suddenly got teary-eyed. Her cheeks were quivering as she deliberately tried to hold back the tears. Hey, I was sorry, I was joking. Don't make such a face.
別に、普通だもん。
That's right, you're perfectly fine. Hat quacked as though he was trying to cheer her up. I didn't say that I wanted you to thank me. It's just that going out alone without telling anyone where you will be is kind of dangerous. You understand that, right? She wiped the corner of her eye with a
わ
finger.
かるけど、わかりたくない。わかるわけにはいかないの。
She answered somewhat stubbornly. She put the spoon down and turned to leave the dining hall. Where are you going?
笑ってくるの。アイスで口の周りがベタベタするから。
When she was leaving, she closed the notebook and put it on her lap. Right then, a piece of paper fell from the notebook. She dropped something. It seemed like she didn't hear me and left the dining hall. Hat went after her. As the sound of the wheelchair grew distant, I let out a big sigh. Maybe I said too much. It's just that I was really worried about her. I don't know anything about happiness, so perhaps it's really none of my business, but, wait. Now to think about it, she was wearing her uniform this morning. However, she was wearing her own clothes yesterday when she went to the windmill hill. Could it be that she was actually planning to go to school? It's possible, wasn't it? As I thought of that, my mood lightened up a little. Picked up a piece of paper that she had dropped. Huh? And when I couldn't believe my eyes. It was a notice of withdrawal from school. I was depressed while I was cleaning up after dinner and Kanoko came to comfort me. Why? Why did everyone leave so much uneaten? Kanoko was the only one who ate all her dinner tonight. Without exception, everyone else left some food. Tomorrow I'll make it even better food. It'll be so tasty that no one will leave anything uneaten. I felt renewed determination. Then the duck came waddling into the dining room.
そっか、お腹空いてんだね。葵くん、なんか食べるものある？
Ah, there are some leftover vegetables.
それでいいよ。
Kanako took the vegetables and fed them to Hat. Is this duck Kotori's pet? Are you allowed to keep pets here?
よ。誰のペットでもないよ。私がここに来る前から住み着いてたの。誰がいつどうして持ち込んだのかは不明。だから、ハット先輩。
So, the owner must have been keeping him.
それが違うんだって。いつの間にかいたって言ってたよ。だから、ペットっていうより同居してる感じかな。
Amane also called him a housemate. It's a mystery. Once she had finished feeding Hat, Kanako got up from her
さ
seat.
てと、ひとっ風呂浴びるか
Don't go walking around in the underwear again,
な。
okay?
なんでよ。いいじゃん、夏なんだし。
No!
ケチ。
With that sharp parting remark, Kanako left the dining room. Why does everyone here have to insult me just before they leave? Felt a little hurt as I cleaned the dishes. After that, Hamane poked her head into the dining hall. The timing was as if she waited for Kanako to leave. She doesn't seem to get along well with her, so there she was waiting. Thought she came to have dinner, but apparently she was searching for something. She was looking under the
ハッ
table.
ト、邪魔よ。ガガ
She went under the table once and then came past the counter in front of me.
ね、紙、見なかった？
No, I haven't. What kind of paper?
紙は紙よ。本当に見てない？
Really? Hamane groaned while glaring at my face, and she was trying to check if I told the truth. With a straight face, I was wiping the dishes with a towel. With no way to make sure, she went to look elsewhere. I'll put your dinner in the fridge, heat it up in the microwave, and eat it later, okay? I ended up lying to her. The thing she was looking for must have been the withdrawal notice that I picked up. Everyone must be worried if it continues on like this, she'll stop coming altogether. Looks like she's really not enjoying school. I guess word crossed my mind. It appears that Hamane really intended to drop out of school. What am I doing? Why didn't I return the withdrawal notice to her? Stood there, not quite sure about my own feelings. Either I'm fucking high or my breath is like really warm right now. The doorbell chimed early in the morning and I went to check it out. Oh yeah, I was at the door. What are you doing here?
本当に寮母さんやってるんだ。
As she said as she saw me wearing an apron.
ここってさ、魔女の館だよね。うちの学生寮だったんだ。
I guess stressed the word student dormitory while gazing at the luxurious entrance as if questioning its suitability. I was surprised too to think that I would become the dorm mother of the place that we used to sneak into when we were kids.
いいなぁ。私も住みたいかも。だってさ、葵と一緒だったら絶対楽しいもんね。
Why did you come here? And after that, I guessed she probably had come to invite me to go to school together. As expected from my number one best friend.
おっと、そうだった。ハバネさんを誘いに来たの。
I was wrong. Yuchi?
ビューチーさん？
No, it's nothing. As I blushed due to my wrong guess, I looked back towards Habane's room. Looks like she isn't up yet. If she gets up now, takes her time eating breakfast, she can still and even if she gets up now, takes her time eating breakfast, she can still make it to school with time to spare.
そっか。じゃあ、待たせてもらおっかな。ごちそうさま。
There's still some left.
悪いけど、朝からこんないっぱい食べれないって。
You're joking, right? I only gave me a little bit.
運動部の子でも、朝からこんな山盛りのナポリタン食べないよ。
Is that so? Okay, so that is actually the problem. He's just like, okay, I need to make food for them. Why are they leaving food? And then he just like puts like a whole ass bowl for like a whole sports club in front of one, in front of a girl each. But kind of go ate the whole thing again this morning. How was the taste?
美味しかったよ。
Really?
うん、ほんと。量が多いから途中で飽きてきたけど。
Tasty things remain tasty no matter how much you eat.
あんたの味覚って昔っから大雑把よね。
Unrefined taste! That hit me like a bolt of lightning. I hung my head in dismay.
なんでそんなショック受けてんの？
The truth is, I told Agea how the boarders hadn't been eating my meals properly since yesterday. I thought I'd ask Agea for an opinion, that's why I got her to eat some food. It was made from leftover ingredients anyway.
朝から生姜焼きとかナポリタンとか、果てしなく女子受けしなさそうなメニューね。もっとこう爽やかなのはないの？パスタにしてもトマトソース系とか和風にするとかさ。
Green for cows is so difficult. Boys and girls are both humans, so we should have the same tastes. Tasty stuff is tasty. Insert Incredibles meme, except I'm not. That's what I believed. Because I was seriously troubled by this. I heard the sound of squeaking wheels coming from down the hallway. The duck came into the dining hall first, and Habane followed after him. It's the opposite pattern than usual.
なんで私が。
Fuck you! I wanna... Stroked your sleepy eyes and started pretending Hat's food. Seems the Hat was hungry and woke her up.
さあ、たらふく食って太りなさい。そのうち私があんたを食べてやるんだから。カカー。
Since Hat didn't understand Habane's words, he quacked happily when she was talking to him, and she started eating his food.
アヒルだ！かわいい！
Habane noticed that Agea was here and instantly became wide awake.
これコールダックだよね。テレビの CM で見たことある。ハバネさんが飼ってるの？私の部屋に勝手に住み着いてるだけよ。あなた、ここで何してるの？ハバネさん、最近ずっと休んでるから、様子を見に来たんだ。先生にでも頼まれたのかしら？そういうんじゃないけど、ねえ、一緒に学校行かない？誰があんたなんかと。
With that, Habane made one of those composed faces she's so proud of.
でも、あんまり休むと、授業とか遅れちゃうし、あなたには関係ないでしょ？そうなんだけどね。そうだよね。ごめん。
Well, then I'll hop right in and say it's my business. Like, I'm the dorm mother here. I'm the one responsible for making sure that you go to fucking school.
誰も、今日休むなんて言ってないじゃない。勘違いしないでね。あなたに言われたから行くわけじゃないのよ。 じゃあ待ってるね。誰があなたと一緒に行くって言ったのよ。私は一人で登校します。
Amane said with a frown and turned her wheelchair around. When she was about to leave, she stopped the wheelchair and looked
あ
back.
なたたち、知り合いなの？
Huh? Yeah, we're childhood friends.
バカみたい。
Looks like her attitude is even worse this morning. Oh, she did say she was going to school. After cleaning up after breakfast, I left the dormitory with Ageha. On our way to school, we someone started talking about Amane. Is there a reason why Amane stopped coming to school?
まあね。ハバネさんって足が不自由でしょ？ 2 年で一緒のクラスになった時、そのせいで浮いてるような感じしたから、時々話しかけるようにしてたんだ。
Such consideration was so like Ageha. If there were any people who didn't fit in the group, she wouldn't just ignore them. I think this also could have been the reason why she started playing with Mabo in the past. Why we started playing with Mabo in the past.
けど、ハバネさんはあの調子で、危険度っていうか、馴染む気がないみたいなんだよね。
I can't imagine that.
そんな私とハバネさんのこと見てたクラスの子らが、ついに怒っちゃって、ハバネさんに物申したのが始まり、クラスの女子 VS ハバネさんの大喧嘩になっちゃって。
When Agia remembered that, she wearily slouched forward. Agia is cheerful and has many friends. Seems that they saw Habane as the bad guy because she rejected Agia's consideration. She has stopped coming to school since then.
そういうこと。いやー、あの時のハバネさんすごかったよ。クラスの女子全員を向こうに回して、全然負けてなかったね。
Agia was talking passionately and waving her arms around like in a kung fu movie. What kind of heroic story was that? I decided not to ask about specific details. Still, that was unexpected. Saying something in a slightly mean way was enough to make her all teary-eyed.
なんでハバネさん、うちの学校に来たんだろう。だって、授業も全然楽しそうじゃないし、友達も作ろうとしないし。
The only reason I could think of was because it was barrier free. Well, that was a rather solid reason.
ああ、なんかしてあげられることないかな。
Agia folded her arms behind her head as she thought things over. When I looked at her from the side, I remembered the withdrawal note that I picked up last night. I swear the moment I didn't give it back to her, I feigned ignorance, but she really planning to quit school. Seems like I picked up an unexpectedly important lost property. While we were walking like that, with troubled expressions, murmur, murmur, strange quiet murmur erupted around us. Almost all the students that were on our way to school on the way to school with us were looking in the same direction. Over there, a tall, slender, beautiful girl was walking along. Ah, it's her. It was the girl I met in the garage, and was looking at her with curiosity, but it seems that she wasn't paying any attention to those glances. I was looking at her just like everyone else, but I apparently got the wrong
ほ
idea.
ほー、さすがお目が高い。あの人は、うちの学校の超有名人にして、超留年生。望月あまね先輩よ。
I feel like that's very disrespectful. Super repeat student. Super repeat student?
そう。もう何年も留年してるんだって。
Is she that stupid? She doesn't look it though.
どっちかっていうと、天才？成績トップとかそういう次元じゃなくて、先生ももう教えることは何もないっていうか、たまに教えてもらいに行ってるとかなんとか。
She's smarter than the teachers? School is so highly specialized.
それなのになぜか卒業せず学校に居座ってるの。計画的に単位を落としてわざと留年してるんだって。本来規則で認められているよりも余分に留年してるから超留年生。けど珍しいな。朝の通学路で見かけるなんて。
Here's the thing. I failed school. Like, I didn't fail school. Not quite yet. Like, the first time when I repeated class, it was voluntary. I actually did manage to not fail the year, but I wanted to repeat it because the grades weren't looking good enough to get me into the university that I wanted to enter. But then the next year, I technically failed. But then I quit school before I failed. So technically, I never failed a single year in school. Anyways. And she was a genius or not, but she definitely seemed like a pretty wild person. Suddenly, the super repeat student, which is Amane, stopped walking and looked up at the sky. Everyone else followed her gaze and looked up as well. The plane was flying through the blue sky, drawing a white contrail behind. The others quickly realized it was just a plane, so they quickly lost interest and resumed walking. However, Mochizuki Amane kept standing there and looking up at the plane, flying high in the sky. She wasn't paying any attention to people coming from behind, but to avoid her since she wasn't nowhere. Yeah. Amane arrived at the last moment before our morning homeroom finished.
遅くなりました。
ハバネ、もう体調の方はいいのか？
はい、おかげさまで。
そうか、心配してたんだぞ。
Amane went past the homeroom teacher, who was surprised by her sudden appearance. While still in her wheelchair, she took a seat at her desk. The desk at the front was the only one that didn't have a chair. Everyone looked at her curiously.
私は動物園の動物じゃないわ。
At school, she was keeping her cool beauty pose. She was focusing during lessons and was answering teachers' questions smoothly when asked. It seemed like her grades and regular subjects are at the top of the class. During breaks, she was sitting at her desk reading a book or going off somewhere. She didn't try to talk to anyone. Even when Haga tried to speak to her, she acted like she hadn't noticed. The other girls in the class looked like they didn't really know how to deal with her and just watched her from a distance. She looked very bored as she observed the gym class. It left quite an impression on me. She was alone all the time and it didn't look like she was enjoying herself very much. Hey, Amane! At lunch break, I found Amane about to leave the classroom with her bag, so I chased her to the hallway. It's lunchtime, you know, how about... Suddenly Amane dashed away at an unbelievable speed. Hey! I tried to chase her right, but I bumped into a student who was passing by and my start was delayed. In the meantime, Amane had already gotten into the elevator. According to the school rules, most students are not allowed to use it. Same as with my school, you only were allowed to use the elevator if you got permission by the school. And you straight up couldn't use it if you didn't have permission because you needed a key to operate the elevator. And they only gave out the key to people who had permission. And you would only get permission if you had like a signed permit from a doctor saying that you weren't allowed to use stairs. And guess what students immediately did? If one of their friends had like the permission to use the elevator, they would just constantly pile up in that elevator and use it together. Because people are fucking lazy. It's only for teachers carrying heavy loads or disabled students like Amane. Chased after her anyway, only for the doors to close mercilessly in front of me. Behind the glass doors, the self-proclaimed cool beauty stuck her tongue out as I saw her off and headed to the floor below. As if I'd let you get away. Got a creepy sound in there, buddy. She came running to the school gates. She was holding her bag. Seemed like she was trying to leave early, so I wanted to cut her off. However, I couldn't deny the possibility that she simply had her lunch in the bag. Maybe I got the wrong idea. If that's the case, there would be no problem. As I watched over the school guards with an opposing stance. Thud. Something crashed into me from behind it. In other words, from outside the school gates. Ah! Ow! Ah, what was that? I felt like I was crawling out from under an avalanche when I got up. But then I saw a big cardboard box and a girl that had fallen over. Are you alright?
大丈夫。すまない。荷物で前が見えなくて。
When I got up and looked at her, I almost blurted out the super repeat student, but I bit my tongue in check.
君こそどこも怪我はないか?
No, I'm fine.
そうか。よかった。
She said this, the super repeating super senpai grabbed the big cardboard box.
と、お腹が。
Mochizuki Amane tried to lift it up, but then she lost her strength and slumped
空
down.
腹による一時的なパフォーマンスの低下が著しい。
I'll help you carry it. Oh, so heavy. The big cardboard box was incredibly heavy.
いいんだ。自分で運べるから。
Come on, it's no big deal. I said and carried it myself.
ありがとう。
Here's fun. Put the heavy cardboard box with unknown content on the floor.
悪いな。手伝ってもらって。
I'll mention it. Anyway, Senpai, if you're hungry, she was staring blankly inside the garbage. Amane? Interested, I looked in the same direction. Oh, not garbage, garage. And there... What's happening? What's she doing here? She was beside the big object placed in the center of the garage and was trying to lift it up. And lift up the sheets and look underneath.
それに興味があるのかい?
Amane was suddenly surprised when Amane spoke to her. She nodded shyly. Amane vigorously pulled back the sheets. Inside was a white streamlined fuselage. Amane looked at it in blank amazement. Also let out a small surprise. Oh.
これ、もしかしてグライダー? ああ、そうだ。
Oh, my nose is itchy. Amane nodded and Amane timidly brought her face close to the airframe. Even in the dimly lit garage, the glider's white body had a glossy shine to it, faintly reflected her face. Also moved towards it to take a closer look. Is this the glider we saw from the Windmill Hill?
多分そう。
Smooth surface looked like it was made from plastic. However, it was hard to touch. The wings had been removed, so for now there was just the body.
コックピットはこんな風になってるんだ。
That's amazing. Is she finally gonna react that he's here? Yep. We hadn't noticed it till now, but we were both who we were both talking to. Hey, why are you running away just now? Why were you running away just now? She disregarded my question and hastily tried to escape, but I went ahead and blocked her path. I won't let you get away! Why'd you come here? For lunch? I don't think so.
意地悪な奴が校門で見張ってたから、ここに隠れてたのよ。
So she did want to leave early after all.
知り合いかい?
Amane was listening to our exchange in puzzlement. Amane's senpai was wolfing down a Neapolitan pasta lunchbox. Both Amane and I were slightly taken aback as we watched her. Why, you ask?
なんでかな。美人にこういうことされると、すごいがっかりする。
Yeah. However, she didn't know that she was inhaling ice cream like an idiot herself. However, she didn't know that when she was inhaling ice cream like an idiot herself, I was watching her with exactly the same feeling. By the way, Amane was eating the lunchbox I had brought. As usual, the boarders hadn't eaten all the food I had made for breakfast. I packed the leftovers as my lunch. I had made 2 lunchboxes. One was for me. The other one I brought just in case Amane gets hungry at lunchtime. That's why I was chasing her a moment ago. If she didn't want it, I guess I'd eat them both myself. Oh, she went away before I could ask.
でも、いいのか? 君のお弁当全部食べてしまって。
I'm gonna ask, although she'd eaten most of it already. I've already eaten mine. I was hungry for morning recess, so I had lunch early. Amane was relieved when she heard my answer and savored the cool down I bought and pasta.
おいしいな。ちゃんとしたご飯を食べるのは久しぶりだ。
Did you not eat anything after I saw you yesterday? I only gave her 1 piece of bread. Amane stopped moving her chopsticks and looked at my face blankly.
もしかして君は昨日パンをくれた人か?
You only just now realized that!
いや、昨日は集中していたからな。
She's a weirdo after all!
そうか、昨 君は二度も私を救ってくれたのか。
She looked at me with eyes that sparkled like a little kid's. If she were a dog, her tail definitely would have been wagging like crazy.
君からパンをもらったのが約20時間前で、それ以前に遡るなら、最後に食事をとったのは、およそ70時間前になる。
Eat regular meals, woman! I counted on my fingers. That was 25 hours a day. That's 3 days ago.
太陽圏の豚骨ラーメン全部のせを食べた。スープが濃厚で美味しかった。
When she recalled this, she made a face that looked like she was about to start drooling. Why don't you eat? Are you on a diet?
忘れていた。
Huh?
考え事をしていると、他のことをよく忘れるんだ。私はバカだからな。
Amane replied with pride for some reason. I'd rather she didn't forget about hunger at the very least.
ここでグライダーを作っているんですか？ああ。
This place, what is it?
ソアリング部の部室兼ガレージだが。
Soaring club? What's me with the name? What's soaring?
上昇気流に乗ってグライダーで飛ぶことをソアリングと言うんだ。
Flying a glider and ascending aircrafts. I wasn't sure if I fully grasped that. So, the aim of this club is to build and fly a glider.
そういうことになるな。
This garage was used for club activities after all. Even so, it was pretty spacious.
グライダーって飛行機みたいなものなんでしょ？自分で作れるものなの？
Probably not.
ああ、作れるさ。それが人工物である以上、人に作れないものはないはずだが。
I don't think she was still asking about that. However, Amane answered in a serious tone.
どうやって作るの？そうだな。それを説明するなら、実際に作ってみた方が早い。
Wait a second, she said, and she slurped up the remaining Napolitan pasta with extremely bad manners. She makes a paper airplane. After she wiped her mouth with a tissue, she started rummaging through her desk drawer.
あれはどこに行ったかな。
When I peeked inside the drawer, I got the impression that Amane was a typical disorganized person. The things inside weren't stored neatly and just crammed in there.
あったあった。これだ。
The thing that Amane had taken out was a paper airplane construction kit made from cardboard.
さあ、作ってみてくれ。
I exchanged glances with Amane reflexively. I thought manufacturing a glider and making a paper airplane were two completely different things. But for now, I tried doing it, she said. It took us about 10 minutes to finish the paper plane using glue and a craft knife. Why would you need to use glue and a craft knife? All done. Oh, because that. Amane took the airplane that Amane had made and examined it. Then she threw it. The airplane flew slightly and landed near the wall on the other side of the
綺麗
garage.
にまっすぐ飛んだ。いい機体だ。
Complimented Amane got embarrassed.
飛行機にはいろんな種類がある。ジャンボジェットや小型セスナ、戦闘機。そして、今投げた紙飛行機。それらはみんな同じ原理で飛ぶんだ。
Both paper airplanes and jumbo jets.
ああ、原理は同じ。翼を使って空気に浮かび飛行する。
Amane and I simultaneously tilted our heads. Both had rather skeptical expressions. I understand that a light paper airplane could fly by riding the wind. But it was hard to imagine a giant hunk of metal flying in the sky on the same principle. There must be some other method that allows it to fly. Amane went to pick up the paper airplane that she had just thrown.
これをよく見てほしい。君たちが知っている飛行機とこの紙飛行機。違いはどこにある？
The size of the material?
人が乗るかどうかも違うわ。そうだな。あとは、エンジンがあるかないかくらいか。逆に言えば、その他は同じだ。そこに飛行の原理がある。一般的な飛行機は、だいたいこれと同じパーツからできている。まずは胴体。次に主翼。水平尾翼。垂直尾翼。 多少突飛な形状をした飛行機でも、だいたい同じパーツか、あるいは同じ役割をする別のパーツによって構成されている。
When you put it like that, I guess she was right. I paid that much attention to it though.
ところで、飛行機がなぜ空気に浮くのか知っているかい？
揚力があるからよ。
そうだ。揚力とは、流体の中にある翼に働く力のうち、流れの方向に対して垂直な成分のことを言う。
I tried to touch my head again, Amane giggled and rephrased it.
つまり、空気が翼を浮き上がらせようとする力のことだ。
I have tilted my head, not tried tilting. I'm fucking retarded.
揚力はここ。主翼によって生み出される。翼に前から風が当たると、空気は翼の上と下に分かれて流れていくことになる。
The image of a wing cutting air like a sword. Oh, don't worry, it's only that I've heard this explanation like 10,000 times saying like a million different fucking theory videos because I have a weird addiction. Anyway.
この時、翼の上側と下側で気流の速度に差が生じると、流れの速い側の圧力が下がるんだ。
ベルヌイの定理ね。
Amane nodded, felt a little self-conscious when she came up with that Bernoulli without hesitation.
授業で習ったでしょ？
I didn't learn that at my school. Probably.
だから飛行機の翼は、上面の空気が速く流れるよう設計されている。上面側の圧力を下げるためだ。そうすることで、相対的に下面の圧力が高まり、空気が翼を持ち上げようとするんだ。
The air lifts the wings up. That phenomenon was hard to imagine right away. So that's Bernoulli's principle? I'm gonna nod.
それともう一つ、翼の上面を流れた空気は、翼面によって下へ曲げられ、後方に吹き下ろしを生じさせる。
In explanation, Amane drew a diagram of a cross-section of a wing. According to it, an airplane's wings were flat at the bottom and curved at the top, so their shape was somewhat similar to a semicircle. Apparently, the air on the upper side of the wing flows along the raised curved surface and bends to flow downwards. As the wide flows along the raised surface, I can only assume that's because of air's nature, or something like
この
that.
吹き下ろしは、ニュートンの第三法則によって、同じだけの反作用を翼に与え、上方に持ち上げようとする。
Reaction lifts the wing.
重たいバスケットボールを地面に叩きつけようとしたら、体がふわーっと浮く感じがするでしょ？それと同じことよ。
Does that mean that when the ring drops the air behind it, the reaction causes it to rise up?
それら揚力が機体の重量を上回ったとき、飛行機は空を飛ぶことができる。たとえそれが総重量数百トンに及ぶジャンボ旅客機でもね。
That may be so in theory, but I still couldn't imagine how enough lift could be generated to allow a several hundred-ton airplane to take off. However, airplanes actually did fly in the air.
揚力を生み出してくれるこの主翼は、飛行機が空に浮かぶために必要なパーツというわけだ。
I wasn't sure if I got it from that. However, I did understand that main wings were the most important part.
次に尾翼だが、垂直と水平と2つある。これらは空中で機体の姿勢を安定させるためについている。
I understand what people meant, but they said that the explanation could be grating at times. I 100% am starting to see what they meant. Jesus Christ, help. What in the name of the Holy One?
飛行機は空中に浮いているから、地面に立つ我々よりもいつだって不安定なんだ。まっすぐ上を向いてるのが垂直尾翼。
横方向の動きを安定させる。主翼と同じ向きに横に伸びているのが水平尾翼。こっちは縦の動き。つまり頭の上げ下げを安定させてくれる。これがないと紙飛行機もまっすぐには飛んでくれない。
See, so that's why they have small wings on the tail.
そしてボディ。ここは飛ぶこととは直接関係がないな。
But without it, there wouldn't be nowhere to attach the wings.
以上が飛行機の基本形。
Wait, I feel like that was still supposed to be her line. Oh well.
これはずーっと昔、ライト兄弟の時代から変わらない。
Since that long ago. But the White brothers were the first people in the world to fly a plane, right? So nothing has changed since the very first one was made.
ライト兄弟は動力を積んだ飛行機で飛んだ最初の人たちだ。グライダーはそれ以前から飛んでいたぞ。
That's so. It's not that the Wright brothers were the first to fly.
翼の役割を知りたければ、この紙飛行機で試してみるといい。例えば、そうだな。垂直尾翼を少し曲げて。それ。
Yep, paper airplane that Amane flew in a gentle curve.
さらに、主翼のここの部分を少し曲げれば。
She twists the rear parts of the main wings here and there. This time the airplane was turning around during its flight. Yeah, that's pretty interesting. Seeing this Amane earnestly tampered with the stabilizers of her own paper airplane.
見てて。
Bringing with confidence, Amane threw her paper airplane.
ほう。
They did a beautiful loop-the-loop before landing. Do a loop-the-loop, pull up! Pull up! Amazing, it did a loop-the-loop.
面白いこの紙飛行機
Amane and I both got really engrossed in playing around with adjusting the wings. Sometimes the paper airplanes performed some mid-air acrobatics, while other times they didn't fly at all and crashed into the ground. Oh, by trying it for ourselves, we were able to get an understanding of how the roll of the wings can make the plane fly in any different ways. Just be changing the shape of the wings a little.
実際の飛行機には補助翼などの小さな翼がついている。それらを調節することで機体を操作するんだ。
As she explained, I'm gonna move to the side of the garage. Then she lovingly laid her hands on the
このグ
glider.
ライダーにはエンジンはついていない。紙飛行機を大きく頑丈にしてコックピットを取り付けただけのものなんだ。
Amane and I looked at the paper airplanes in our hands. Imagine getting on it and flying through the sky. It was just like a childhood fantasy. However, the glider in front of me was the real thing.
どうだ？作れそうな気がしてきただろ？
But it doesn't have an engine. How does it fly? After all, paper airplanes gain thrust by being thrown by a person's hand.
風に乗って飛ぶんだ。
Amane and I gazed at the white aircraft. That day, we saw it flying from the windmill hill, riding the wind. The expression perfectly describes the way it flew, so smoothly and
風
calmly.
に乗って。
Amane nodded happily.
そして上昇気流に乗ってどこまでも舞い上がる。どこまでも？ああ、雲の上にだって行けるんだぞ。雲の上？
Okay, not quite. Amane looked at aircraft with an expression of disbelief, as he couldn't imagine this thing flying above the clouds. Have you been there, above the clouds?
うん。それがな、
Suddenly her mood
組み
dropped.
上がったのがついこの間で、ようやくテストフライトにこぎつけたんだが。あの時だ！
Yeah. We exchanged glances reflexively.
強度が足りなかったみたいで、途中で主翼が折れてしまった。
So you mean...
危ないところだった。もし完全に折れていたら、湖に落ちて死んでいたかもな。
She said that while laughing.
また作り直さないといけない。私は手先があまり器用じゃないからな。それと、一部のケーキが故障してるのも分かったんだが、代わりの部品が手に入らなくて困っている。
自分で作っちゃえばいいんじゃないの？
She just said that she's bad with her hands. Hoppin is set that easily. The school teaches various mechanical subjects, so it has all the equipment necessary to make various mechanical components.
そうもいかなくてな。
Amane took out some broken parts from the drawer with a troubled expression.
ダイヤフラムといって、待機速度計に組み込まれている部品なんだが、特注品で、これを作った工場がとっくの昔に潰れてしまっているんだ。
Looked at the part of Amane's palm. So it doesn't look like something easy to make. Just something that could be made in the town workshop. There might be something we can do about it. And I'm at that, Amane's eyes
本当
sparkled.
か？
Well, I won't know till I ask, but I know someone who might help.
頼む。それがないと本当に困るんだ。
Okay, I'll try asking next time I see him. Can I borrow this?
ありがとう。君に救われるのはこれで3度目だ。
Glump. Oh! Suddenly she hugged me with all her strength and even rubbed our cheeks together.
ありがとう。ありがとう。
Thank me once I actually get it?
そういえばそうだったな。でも、ご飯のお礼も兼ねているんだ。だからもう一回、感謝の気持ちを表させてくれ。
No, that's enough, seriously.
そうか
Habane was glaring us sullenly. I wonder if this really will fly. Will really fly. We both gazed at the glider with similar
と
expressions.
ころで君たち、
あ
もしグライダーに興味があるのなら、
The bell rung, interrupting her. Senpai flinched in surprise and quickly turned her back to us. If we're interested, then what?
いや、いいんだ。忘れてくれ。
Looks like she's avoiding something. Senpai,
なんだ？
can I come here again?
ああ、もちろんだ。興味があるならいつでも来てくれ。
I have to bring her those parts as
君
well.
も、また見に来てくれ。
I'm gonna nod back and back with a broad smile. He's really beautiful, but that smile somehow made her look like a little kid. All right, let's go back to the classroom. I started walking, pushing Habane's wheelchair on my own accord.
どこ連れて行く気？
To the classroom, of course.
やだ、やめて！私お腹空いてるの。お昼食べてないから。
You reap what you sow.
やだってもう！押さないで！
I forcibly brought Habane with me, and we returned to the classroom.
葵
Went back to the dormitory and saw someone called out to me when I was at the gate.
葵
Anchan! The moment I saw him, my mood improved fivefold. Anchan was standing there. I was thinking about going to see her
お前に
tomorrow.
早く会いたくて仕事抜けてきちまった。久しぶりだな、葵。
Anchan ruffled my hair. Hey, stop that! Disregarding my token of resistance, Anchan rubbed my head round and round. Thinking that my hair was probably messed up pretty badly now. This was Igarashi Tatsuya, also known as Anchan. He was Ageha's, Mabo's, and my childhood friend. He was like a big brother to us. He was much older than us, but we used to play together a lot as kids. Jeez, you're messing up my hair.
悪い。昔を思い出してついな。
You haven't changed, Anchan. Still like the old days.
おいおい、それ褒め言葉じゃないぞ。
It isn't.
そうさ。人は一ところに停滞してちゃいけない。変わっていくもんだ。
What Anchan said was true, but personally I prefer him this day the way he was now. When I was thinking that, Anchan's expression suddenly became gentle.
足、もういいのか？
Yeah, enough for everyday life.
そうか、大変だったな。
That's no big deal, I can live normally like this. On top of that, I had you there to watch me in the race where I tried the hardest.
あれはいいレースだったな。表彰台に乗ったお前、かっこよかったぞ。
I came third though. Bicycle club at my law school. During the final race of my freshman year, I managed to get on the podium's third place step. It was my greatest achievement. Anchan traveled a long way to watch that race.
3位でも立派だ。
Yeah. Because of Anchan's kindness, I almost felt like I could cry. Since I was feeling it, started messing up my hair again. This time gently.
今はここの寮母をやってるんだってな。
Yeah.
飛び魚荘か。懐かしいな。
Used to play her a lot and sneak in the mansion.
ああ、そうだったな。
That wasn't what Anchan was talking about that?
ところで、
Just now?
あの子もここの寮生か？
Someone was hiding behind the gate. Near the gate. Amane! Oops, Amane. Looked like she couldn't get past because Anchan and I were in the way. Even though she could have just spoken to us normally, she was hiding and watching us
こんに
instead.
ちは、お嬢さん。
こんにちは。
Amane was still on guard, but returned to greeting. We got out of her way and she entered the dormitory in her composed mood.
あの子、ここの子だったのか。
You know her?
ああ、時々街で見かける。うちの工場の近くにでかい犬がいるだろ。
Ah, Pedigree. He's called Pedigree. Is that like a brand of dog food? That's kind of a barbaric name when you think about it like that. Now it's probably called Pedigree because that's a popular dog name, so they decided to call it Pedigree because it's dog food. But shut the fuck up! There was the big dog that went by that name. If I remembered right, it was a Saint Bernard.
昨日はペディグリーの近くをうろうろしてたな。
Was she by any chance trying to stroke his head?
ああ、そんな感じだった。食い物をあげたりしてたんだが、あの犬、飼い主の餌以外食べないからな。
As I thought. That was one of the things I wanted to do list. Stroke the head of the big dog in the neighborhood. It was really scary, but it might be unexpectedly friendly if possible. I'd like to ride around on its back. So that's what she was doing while she was skipping school. Well, I decided to forget about Habane for now.
とにかく、おかえり、葵。
It's good to be back, Anchan. Yes, it's slightly embarrassed, and Anchan grinned at
困
me.
ったことがあったら遠慮なく頼れ。俺はお前らのあんちゃんなんだからな。
Fighting with those words, Anchan returned to leave. Oh, that's right, Anchan. I know this is a bit soon, but I have a favor to ask. I took out the parts I was entrusted with by Amane out of my bag. Along with them was a memo with the dimensions and so on written down. I need parts that are the same as those. Could you get them by any chance? Anchan's family was running a workshop. It was what you'd call a small town workshop, and it should be making custom-made special parts. Anchan also worked there right now. If Anchan couldn't do it, he might be able to use his connections with other engineers and refer me to other factories. Anchan looked at the broken parts and the memo.
ダイヤフラムか。ああ、いいぞ。
Quickly
手に
answered.
入ったら連絡する。
Thanks, Anchan.
いいって。
Anchan raised one hand and turned to leave. Thanks for meeting Anchan, I returned to my room in a good mood. So there's his room. This fucking... He just has a bicycle. Put my hand on the saddle of the bicycle that was standing in the corner. Proud to have been able to stand on the podium in front of a buddy like Anchan.
高そうな自転車ね。
If I realized Habane was next to me. What are you doing here?
さっき一緒に入ってきたの。気づいてなかったの？
I didn't. Do you want something? Without answering my question, she opened the drawer in the
こ
desk.
こね。違った。
There's no porn in here.
こっちかしら。
It looked like she was searching for something.
ない。おかしい。絶対持ってるはずなのに。
I didn't have any embarrassing stuff, so I just calmly asked her, "What are you doing?"
探し物よ。見てわかるでしょ？
I know, but shouldn't you at least get the consent of the owner of the room?
あなたこそ、早く返しなさいよ。持ってるの。わかってるのよ。
Have what?
だから。
Anyway, she was looking for the withdrawal notice I had picked up back then. I don't know what you're looking for, but I don't think it's in here.
言い方が怪しい。 絶対持ってるに違いないんだから。
Did you say something?
別に。
Apparently her search came to an end. However, she didn't leave the room. She was surveying it carefully.
私、男の子の部屋に入るなんて初めて。結構片付いてるのね。もっとゴミためみたいなのを想像してた。
I don't have a lot of stuff. Thanks to that, moving was easy. Amane was staring straight at the bike that was clearly standing out of my room.
あなた、足どうかしたの？
Her sudden question flustered me. It's no big deal. Looks like she overheard my question with Anchan. It was just a little injury. Look, it's fine now. I swung my right leg to show it.
転校してきたのは、その怪我のせいなの？
Nah, not really. Why are you asking about it?
別に、なんとなく。
There's no need for you to worry about it.
誰が心配なんてしたのよ！してません。1ミリたりともしてません。じゃあね、時間の無駄だったわ。
Amane left my room with a composed expression. We're going there again tomorrow, right?
Huh?
To the garage, at lunch.
い、
I'm not going, is what effectively she was going to
行
say.
くわよ！
She answered and hastily left my room. Looks like I should make 3 lunch boxes this time. Extend the little rings which fly in the sky highly. I should have just kept the if my heart had wings. Like maybe Konosoda if my heart had wings. Like, yes, sure, it might be the wrong translation, potentially. I don't fucking know, I don't speak for Japanese. But it's a snappy title. It's a nice title that's easy to remember. It didn't go well today either. Today's breakfast was another failure. All of the boarders showed up for breakfast, but the only one who finished her meal was Kanako. There must have been something wrong with it. All I'll have to do is make meals clean. What a piece of cake. That's what I had thought when I had accepted the job as a dual mother, but my confidence was gradually fading.
何しけた面してんだよ、この裏切り者め。
Oh, Tio. Mazatsuga joined me on the way to school. He flung some verbal abuse at me as he approached. A few things happened at the dormitory. Dealing with the girls can be tough.
そういうことなら俺に聞け。何せ俺今、彼女いるもんね。
Oh yeah, I heard she's a freshman at Seisen Girls' School, right? Hold on, Seisen? Right, someone did. Someone did say that in Sky Full of Stars, like the school that they're corresponding with is actually like this school, like the big school. Right. So they do exist in like the same universe. Imagine the confusion if Ageha and Hikari met one day and they just have the same voice. That's why it'll always be a bad decision to, like, if you have if 2 games are set in the same world, to use like same voice actor for main roles. Not saying using 2 voice actors would be bad. It's fine if it's like background characters for other characters, but it's like one of the main voice actors, you know, could end badly in the logic of the world. Seisen Girls High School was famous in the neighborhood as the school for rich girls. Uniform had a reputation for being cute to the point that various fans were coming from far and wide just to take a
エリ
look.
ちゃんって言うんだけどさ、写真見る？
He looked like he really wanted to show it, so I decided to go along with it. Oh shit, she is. Seriously, she's cute.
だろう？一緒にバンドやってんだ。エリちゃんがボーカルとベースで、俺がギター。
Mama, you can play guitar.
エリちゃんのために必死に練習した。今じゃ、インギー並みの早弾きだってできるぜ。
Da-da-da, he showed off some great air guitar. By the way, who the hell is Ingi?
お前さ、前の学校で自転車やってたんじゃねえの？
Yeah, it was. What about
も
it?
うやんねえわけ？でも、うちには自転車部なんてねえけど。
Yeah, I'm not riding anymore.
ふん。
Satsuga's expression seemed like he didn't care about it
で
too
っ
much.
かい大会で表彰台に上がったんだろ？
Read about that from
ア
Anchan?
ゲハもホタルも今度のレースは応援にくっついてくってあんちゃんに言ってたんだぜ。まあ、一応俺もだけどな。
That made me blush.
勘違いすんなよ。俺はお前が無様に負けるところを見に行くつもりだったわけで、別に応援なんかするつもりなかったんだからな。
Fucking sympathies. Yeah, I get it. Don't get so flustered.
アゲハのやつ悔しがってたぞ。お前のいいとこ見られなくて。お前そういうの分かってんのか？
I don't know anything. After all, I never thought that I would make it to the podium. Besides, even if I knew it was too far away to just say, come and watch.
なのにろくに連絡もよこさねえでよ。
You too. Besides, wasn't I sending you New Year's cards every year?
あんなコンビニで売ってるプリント済みのやつでか。
It is the same thing, and your New Year's cards usually arrived at the end of January.
返してもらえるだけありがたいと思え、この。
おお、珍しい二人組発見。
Oh, yeah.
どうしたのマーボー。
Satsuko was hiding behind me.
別に、なんでもねえよ。あんま慣れ慣れしくすんなよ。エリちゃんが怒るから。
はいはい。かわいいかわいい彼女ですもんね。
Jokingly, I was walking while keeping a little distance from Masatsugu. Masatsugu walked up next to me and poked my
さっき
side.
の話、アゲハには内緒な。
What the?
あいつがお前のレース見に行きたがってたって話。
Okay, I got it. It's an assumption that needed to be kept a secret.
何男同士でベタベタしてんの？
ちげえよ。誰がこんなやつと。ペッペ。
Ew! Gross! Don't spit for real!
仲いいね。焼けちゃうわ。
バカアゲハ
Yeah, don't say weird things like that. Lunchtime. Today I didn't eat my lunch early. I was preparing my lunchbox and basking in this tiny sense of accomplishment. Amane had already disappeared from the classroom. Went out to the corridor and saw her pacing back and forth in front of the door as if she couldn't decide whether she should go forward and turn back. Are you waiting for me? Amane let out a yelp, not really fitting a beautiful girl, and tapped her chest to calm herself down.
脅かさないでくれる？
Sorry, I only called out to you normally, though. You're going, aren't you, to the garage?
ええ、そうよ。別にあなたを待ってたわけじゃないけど。
Well then, let's go. Started pushing her wheelchair.
勝手に押さないで。
Here, hold this. Pass my bag.
こら、人を荷物置きみたいにするな。
I feel like the others just watch her like, what the fuck
誰も
kind
い
of
ないみ
creature
たい。
is he? The garage was open, but there was no one there. Somehow I got the impression that Amane was always here, but it was a little surprising. The air conditioning wasn't turned on, so it was quite humid. What should we do?
どうするって言われても。
Amane subconsciously put her hand on her stomach. Shall we have our lunch here and manage your share as well as Amane? Those are actually leftovers for breakfast. But Amane didn't come to eat breakfast, so she probably didn't know what was on the menu.
それも寮母の仕事なの？
Huh? No, I'm just meddling. Tap, tap, tap. Put 3 lunch boxes on the workbench. And I went through the trouble of making one for Amane too. The air conditioning wasn't turned on, so if I just left it here, it would go back very quickly. There was a refrigerator here, so I decided to put it in there. If I left a note on the desk, she should notice it and I eat the lunch. Could you turn on the electric fan? Amane turned on the switch with the nearby fan.
エアコンは？
Can't find the remote controller. It was probably buried somewhere. Sat in the area that was getting the full force of wind from the electric fan and opened up the lunch boxes.
何これ？カレー？
This morning's menu was curry. Don't like it?
普通、カレーをお弁当にするかな？
Can't you leave the complaints for after you've eaten it? With a meek expression, Amane put the cold curry into her mouth.
冷めてても美味しい。
It would be great if we had a microwave, though. We were eating our curry in silence for a little while. Today, the glider wasn't covered by the sheet. I gazed at the simple, sleek shape of its body and thought it was beautiful. Imagined that aircraft cutting through the air in flight. When you're riding a bicycle, your greatest enemy is the wind.
Huh?
Amane made a puzzled face when I started talking all of a sudden, but I carried on regardless. Headwind is the worst. You have to keep stepping on the pedals while it constantly pushes you back. When I face the wind from the electric fans, such strong, I remember that feeling just a little. Feeling of the wind gradually draining my stamina. That's why when we were riding bicycles, we're trying to reduce air resistance as much as possible. Not just the riding posture or the shape of the helmet. We were cooperating with the members of other teams and riding in groups during the race. When I was riding a bike, I was thinking it would be better if the wind wouldn't blow. But that thing rides the wind to fly.
ジェットエンジンもプロペラもないのにね。
If we hadn't seen it in the air that day, we probably wouldn't be able to imagine flying, even with the real thing right in front of us. Oh yeah, Amane, how do you know so much about gliders? She knew a lot about them, even though she saw the real glider for the first time back at the Windmill Hill.
別に、ちょっと、本で読んだだけ。
Seems hard for her to answer, so I refrained from asking any further. Speaking of which, there was a bookshelf here filled with many books. When I looked closely at them, they were all related to gliders or aircraft. Picked one up and took a look inside. It's in English? Can't read it. It's not like my grades in English were bad, but with the level I had from classes, reading technical books would be really tough. Apparently, it was the same for Amane.
こっちの本は写真がいっぱい載ってるわ。
It was a book that had many photos of gliders, something like a catalog. There are so many different ones. Shape of wings, the size, and so on. Seems there were many different types of gliders.
見てこれ。
What's on this picture?
山の上を飛んでる。
The photograph looked so natural that I didn't realize that the glider was flying high enough to look down at the mountain. They can fly that high? Both reflexively looked at the glider standing over there. Since its wings were removed, we couldn't really grasp its full size. But at a glance, it didn't seem all that different compared to the one in the photo. When it did say it could go above the clouds, I wonder how it would feel flying through the sky like
き
this.
っと最高の気分よ。上昇気流に乗って飛ぶなんて、まるで鳥になったみたいじゃない。
Stayed quiet. We stayed for a little longer even after we finished our lunchboxes. Spent the time looking for books and admiring the glider. The bell rang. I felt like the fun time was over and I was a little sad.
何かしらこれ。
Just as we were about to go back to the classroom, Amane noticed a photo frame on Amane's desk. What's this? What was weird was that there was no photo inside the frame. An empty photo frame had been placed there. It's Amane we're talking about. She probably just lost the photo. What's wrong?
なんでもないわ。行きましょう。ここ暑くてたまんない。
Before we stepped out of the sauna-like garage, we felt the refreshing, cool air outside. Scrub, splash, scrub. Phew. Okay, we save. You can never be safe. I'm worn out. Cleaning the bathroom was easier said than done. Oh, it would be such a tough task. To make things worse, there was no air conditioning, so I was dripping with sweat. On the other hand, if I don't do this every day during summertime, mold will start growing there. It wasn't just about hygiene, it was kind of gross too. There's no way you can take a bath when there's mold growing in there. Cell phone rang. Display showed home.
もし
Hello?
もし葵、私だけど
What's up?
別にどうしてるかと思って。どう？順調？
Smoothly, I can't really say that. I just took this job without taking it too seriously, but it turned out to be quite a
そ
chore.
りゃそうよ。楽な仕事なんてないのよ。
Going to school every day and doing the work of a dorm mother is wearing me out. I realized this only after a few days. So it's considerably hard work.
でも今はその方がいいんじゃない？嫌なこと思い出さずに済むじゃない。
You know, if that's what you think, don't say that!
それともママが恋しくなった？
A mother like you? She's the kind of mother who loves teasing her son. But did you get me to do this dorm mother job because she was worried about me? So busy that I didn't have time to think about unnecessary stuff. If I kept talking in the hallway, the other boarders would have heard me, so I went back to my room. We continued our silly parent-child conversation. My mother was a fiercely independent person and a hard-working career woman.
学校の方はどうなの？
Why is that button a skip button? Many things have been happening until recently. Well, it's just going on. They're still going on now, and we're living separately. I was a bit too old to be missing my mother, though. Hearing her voice like this from time to time was enough, probably. Yeah, there we go. That is going smoothly. I'll go there too.
アゲハちゃん、綺麗になったわね。こないだ久しぶりに会ってびっくりしちゃった。
Me too. She's like a proper girl now.
あら、そんな風に余裕ぶっこいてられるのも今のうちよ。アゲハちゃん、これからもっともっと綺麗になるわよ。愛想もいいし、気遣いもできるし、間違いなくモテるわね。
Oh, shut up. What are you talking about?
あらやだ、口が悪いわね。誰に似たのかしら。
My mom, obviously. An old mother wouldn't tell her son to go chasing after
それ
girls.
じゃ、頑張ってね。トラブルがあったらすぐ言いなさい。それから、もし仕事が大変だったら、寮生に負担してもらってもいいのよ。超格安物件なんだから、そのくらいしてもらわないと。
Nothing about it.
それじゃ、おやすみ、葵ちゃん。
She called me in a way that I hate on purpose, and then ended the call. The name Oe was chosen by my father. It sounded like a girl's name, so I was often teased with it when I was little, and it seemed like she still remembers that. Put down my phone and took a look at the boarding students' roster. When it comes to boarders' job, cleaning their rooms was a given. I was also cleaning the hallways and entrance, as well as the dining hall. On the other hand, my jobs were to prepare breakfast, dinner, clean up afterwards, clean the bathroom and garden, and other miscellaneous chores. It's actually pretty tough. Maybe I'll try and ask them for some help. Even if I could just get them to clean the bathroom, it would be a real lifesaver. Huh? Yuka! Yuka, a tall fourth year and the oldest boarder, was in the dining room. She got surprised when I suddenly called out to her.
何かしら、水瀬くん。
I can ask her a question. I spread out the roster I was looking at on the table before Yuka was sitting. What? I spread out the roster I was looking at on the table where Yuka was sitting. Yuka, who was used to seeing this, looked at it with curiosity. Habane's name isn't on the job roster. So with Kanako and Yuka, there were 4 names, but Habane's wasn't there.
だって、あの子、
Yuka glanced at the dining room door while she was
足
speaking.
が不自由だから。
As I thought, that's the reason. Thank you very
い
much.
え、
I'm paranoid. Listen, the rest, like retranslation patch, automatically restored all the sexual content as well. So I am on a fucking hot cold. The scorching sun was shining. Since I was on the roof with nothing to block the sunlight, the heat was almost burning me. It was hot as hell. Grum was to wipe the sweat from my forehead. It was already 7 o'clock. It was just before midsummer. That's why the sun was shining stronger and stronger. Today was Saturday, so there's no school. Now was my chance to get some of the dorm mother work done. I climbed up on the roof and was fixing leaks this morning. This building is in pretty bad condition. I heard that the owner, who collapsed a few days ago, was also the caretaker here, and that she was an elderly woman. This was a girls' dormitory with no guys around. There were quite a few places that had been left damaged. This place was so old that I couldn't help wondering if they weren't originally aiming to register it as a cultural heritage. The owner, who was a widow, opened the manor house as a student dormitory before I was born, which means that we were calling this place the Witch's Mansion. When we were calling this place the Witch's Mansion, students from Cave Academy were already living here. Since then, the owner had been taking care of the boarding students like they were their own children or grandchildren. However, since the redevelopment plans were brought forward, land prices in Kazagawa have been rising. The owner's sons were hoping to let go of this place, which was one of the reasons why I was brought on to take on the dorm mother's job in such a hurry. There's nothing I could do by meddling in such adult matters, so I just focus on the work I had to do. Alright, that should do it. Finish the roof repairs and climb down the ladder. Now next is... Hand, who had been pecking the soil, approached my feet when I climbed down. It's a digression, but because ducks eat weeds and bugs, seems he can deal with the garden maintenance if I just leave him there. However, he will also pick at flowers and such, so the person responsible for gardening needs to watch out for that. What's up, Pat? Where's your buddy? I had no idea what he was saying, but he definitely looked bored. Sorry, but I've got work to do. When I get back, I'll give you a bath. The door to Habane's room was closed. I couldn't hear any sounds from inside. But there was no signs that she was awake. Still asleep, huh? That sleepyhead. Hey, Habane! Wake up, Byuchi! Hey, Byuchi!
うっさいわね。何事よ。
I'm going shopping. Do you want to come with me?
は？そんな理由でアミを妨げたの？
Her expression was telling me that this was from America, and she sued me. She would have won. You're oversleeping. It's a nice sunny day, so let's go outside.
なんで私があなたの買い物に？
Shopping for the dormitory. You eat too, don't you?
用意するからちょっとだけ待ってて。
When she saw Agia waving her hand, Amane made an annoyed face. Agia!
おっす、葵。ハバネさん、おはよ
So sweet. But still, that is actually quite a nice outfit.
う。おはよう。ちょっと、なんであの子がいるのよ。寮の買い出しって言ったじゃない。
It's fine, there's something I need help with. I had planned to meet up with Agia from the beginning. That's because I wanted her as a special advisor for today's task. Right.
行こう行こう。
We arrived at the underground part of the shopping mall. There were many small shops and a shopping arcade, and there was also a large supermarket. I was pushing up in his wheelchair while we were going around the grocery store with Agia. What do we need?
まず、鶏もも肉でしょ。それから、パプリカ、ピーマン、玉ねぎ。
Amane looked like she still didn't like the fact that Agia was with us. She was glaring at me as if she was trying to put a curse on me. I got Agia to help come up with the menu for tonight's dinner. It seemed that the meals I was making didn't appeal to the girls.
で、なんで私が一緒に来なきゃいけないわけ？
Because you can carry the bags. Amane was carrying this green supermarket basket carefully. Agia and I kept tossing more and more foodstuffs into it.
パプリカパウダー、ホールトマト、生ハム、それから。掘り込むな！
I got some mineral water. Bam!
ねえねえ、ポテチ買っていい？
No. Oh! Pakuriman chips. I remember these.
ケチ。後でお金払うから一緒に入れといて。
Whip. Death potato! Also, we'll soon be out of rice. Let's buy some while we're here. With food from all the borders, the basket that Habane was carrying got filled in the blink of an eye.
人をカートみたいにするな！
While complaining, Habane was very careful not to let the contents of the basket fall out. Not drop anything.
くそ。ハバネさんは欲しいものない？アイス。
Today's shopping was covered with the budget of the dormitory, so we couldn't really buy unnecessary things. Although she was helping out. You can get buddy-kun.
もっと高級なのがいい。労働と報酬が釣り合わないわ。
Decided to treat her to strawberry Haagen-Dazs with my own money. this one okay?
そうだね。
You finished up at the cash register. Food costs about 50% more than usual, but tonight is a special occasion. Damn it, I forgot the background meat.
そんなの使わないよ。
It's for tomorrow. Going shopping over and over again is a pain, you know. I left them behind and went back to the store. Who will he run into now? Place your bets. Looked at the meat of the ground meat section. If possible, I'd like one with a discount sticker. The boarders' food expenses are paid on a monthly basis. The dormitory is run as a kind of hobby by the landlord, so it's just a rough estimate. There is an upper limit established as part of the rent agreement. As cheap as possible, as tasty as possible. Agreed, the dormitory meals followed. I looked at the packs of beef that were lined up on the next shelf. 2,980 yen for 100 grams. The supermarket is popular among wealthy women, so it sometimes offers very expensive premium ingredients. Nice to get this kind of meat for every once in a while. Murmured to myself.
これでいいのかな。
The girl reached out and tossed a luxury marbled 2,980 yen for 100 grams meat into her basket.
これじゃ足りないかな。ビーフカレーっていうくらいだもんね。
The girl who took the pack looked a little troubled, but continued tossing more and more of the luxury marbled meat into the basket. Then she took everything that was on the shelf.
これでよしっと。
Are you going to use luxury marbled beef in a curry? And thinly sliced at that?
What?
I only wanted to say it to myself, but I was so shaken up that I ended up saying it out loud. I mean, if you're making curry, then you have meat for curry over here, see?
そんな大きいのカレー食べるときに見ないですよ。
Well, when you stew meat this size, it becomes more tender and much smaller. Use that kind of thin meat. If you use that kind of thin meat, all the fat will melt away. There won't be any trace of it left. In her basket was about 1 kilogram of marbled meat that was meant to be used in sukiyaki. Is she going to stew all of that in curry? What a waste of good meat. As I stared into the basket, she looked at me like she didn't quite get what I was saying. She said, and seemed embarrassed as she moved over to the fresh fish section. Did I scare her off?
シーフードカレーっていうのもあるんだし、お魚も買った方がいいかな。
While saying this, she threw sea bream with the head and tail still on into the basket. I watched her from a distance as I took a pack of cheap pork and ground beef meat into my hand.
おいしい。ハバネさん、ストロベリー派なんだ。私はクッキー&クリームかな。へえ、そう。おいしい？もちろんよ。ねえ。いや、まだ何も言ってないんだけど。一口だけでいいからやあよ、スプーン一つしかないんだから。いいじゃん、女同士なんだから。やったらやあよ。ケチンボ。わかったわよ。一口だけよ。はーい。ハバネさん、ありがとう。はーん。私のハーゲンダッチが。
What are you doing?
いえ。
When I had finished paying and came back, Havana was feeding Aga her ice cream. Like I'd seen something I wasn't supposed to say.
これは違うのよ。この子がどうしても食べたいって言うから、一口だけ食べさせてあげただけで。
I see. It's nice that you two are getting along.
違うったら。ストロベリーもいいな。ねえねえ、もう終わり。だって、私の分がなくなるもん。
Said while blushing and continued to eat her Haagen-Dazs restlessly. Okay, let's go. Here, take this back. Bam.
重いんだけど、私も手伝うよ。アイスのお礼。
I pushed off in his wheelchair and we left the shopping mall.
ねえ、これどうやって切るの？
Like what he's doing. Like what he's doing. She doesn't need to help. She's like disabled. And he's like, okay, bitch, watch me. Give me that. I'll show you how it's done. She obediently passed me the knife. Though she looked slightly irritated. Cut the vegetables in a way that you could see easily. Chop, 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 chop. Like this.
こっちのピーマンは
Probably be the best to cut it vertically into a few parts.
わかった。やってみる。
She came back to the dormitory and begun cooking in the dining hall. Got Amane, couldn't reach the stove to cut the vegetables. I was cooking while I was helping and telling me how to do it. Yeah, that was pretty easy.
でしょ？野菜切って鶏もも肉と一緒に煮込むだけだもんね。
Said Agya, who had brought the recipe. Basque-style chicken stew. Couldn't help it. I couldn't guess what kind of food it would be from the name alone, but it was really easy to make. First you grill the chickpeas, then fry them with the sliced vegetables. After that, add a can of tomato and broth, and leave it to stew. It was a dish that didn't need to be prepared too precisely. It was the main course. We prepared a salad and soup.
わあ。
Even his hand walked around her feet and quacked. Amane was quietly immersed in the work as she hadn't noticed him. As if she hadn't noticed him. Amazing concentration.
案外熱中するタイプだね。
Despite complaining at first, once she started, she got very serious. I hate it that this is the fucking... My wrist's starting to hurt again, so I just wanted to lay it on the fucking padded part of my goddamn keyboard and just press space. Shortcut. Is there anything that's like, yes, next line. Advanced pages. In retrospective mode. Heck. Sends, decides messages. That's a skip. You can't have those things here.
均等に切るのは至難の技ね。
Well, those don't have to be that even. Differences in thickness give the food some variety in texture.
不均等に切るのね。わかったわ。
She said and focused on intentionally cutting the vegetables unevenly. Just like before, her expression was the very image of seriousness. Agya, what do you think of the soup flavor?
ちょっと薄いかな。
I'll add salt and pepper. And so the appreciation for dinner the preparations for dinner proceeded smoothly.
Wow! 美味しそう。
The boarders who came into the dining hall one after another were surprised at how different the food was compared to the usual. The meal times for the boarders weren't set in stone, though I usually make meals on a consistent schedule, but the time when everybody comes to eat isn't particularly fixed. It was fine to be late or not eat at all. That's why we often ate at different times. This was the first time since I came here that we all gathered together like this. It's only today that I told them in advance to come at a specific time. Okay, everyone, please take a seat. To Agya.
お邪魔しまーす。なんかすごいね、今日のご飯。ねえ、もう食べていい？お腹ペコペコなんだけど。
Go ahead, enjoy your meal. The boarders looked at each other and cautiously tasted the food.
おいしい。ほんとだ。おいしい。
I heard the words delicious coming from all of the boarders. But let me see. It's true, it is tasty. Basque-style chicken stew. Made it myself, but I couldn't quite imagine how it would taste. Like Japanese or Chinese food, I usually make it. Almost didn't include the seasonings I was familiar with. The meat stewed and the tomato soup was tender and was surprisingly refreshing. More importantly, the flavor of the meat had really been drawn out, so I had no complaints. All about the flavor. It's the kind of thing that you eat on a hot summer's day when you don't have much of an appetite.
こりゃいけるわ。サラダもどうぞ食べてくださいね。
Salad served in a big bowl was divided between everyone. Cucumbers, tomatoes, lettuce, and avocado, dressed with mozzarella cheese. Even though it's just a normal salad, the reactions continued to be...
このサラダも 美味しいね。なんかされてるし。
Ryoko, a second year like me, and Sanae, the third year with the trademark glasses, both seem to really like it.
ふん。アゲハちゃんプロデュースだよ。
Everyone's expression showed a sudden understanding. The truth is, today's meal was made with the help of Imaragi's advice.
それでアゲハが来てたんだ。自分が食べたい料理を作ってもらっただけなんだけどね。
By the way, it seems that Aga and Ryoko were already friends. You see, it seems the food I was making didn't really go down too well with everyone. Kanako ordered the borders instantly looked away awkwardly.
美味しくないわけじゃないのよ。そうそう。でも、量が多いっていうか、
If there's something on your minds, please tell me everything, okay? It was a little scary. I thought I'd try to talk to them
なん
about it.
ていうか、一食なのよ。あ、わかる。すっごいわかります、ゆかさん。けど、今日の料理はカラフル。
That's right. Red, green, yellow, white. There were various colors that looked vivid. The food I usually made was ginger pork, brown. Fried rice, brown. Curry, yellow. Yakisoba, brown. Pasta, red. And so on. Basically, those were all monotone compositions.
葵くんの料理も豪快で嫌いじゃないけどね。美味しくないわけじゃないのよ。でも、ほら、最近暑くて食欲もそんなにないし。途中で、飽きちゃう。
Everyone was really kind. They really cared about my feelings. That made me all the more worried. A guy like me who used to go to a sports-focused boys' school and lived together with his dad in an all-male household, that was always good enough. Never even thought about the color of food. And when it comes to meals at a girls' dormitory, the kind of details are also important.
でも、これ本当に美味しいよ。おかわりしたいくらい。
Everyone seemed satisfied. This was the moment that when they've opened up to me the most so far. I'm going to say it. Now's my chance. Can I say something? Stood up and got everyone's attention. Please listen as you eat. It is about the boarders' chores. Would it be alright to increase them a little? I'm a student too, so it's pretty tough for me. For example, if I could just get you guys to clean a bathroom, they would really be a big help. Everyone looked at me as if they were trying to figure out what their others were thinking. Obviously, no one was going to be happy about increasing their chores, but
わかった。
when the oldest Yuka responded like that, the others nodded in
水
agreement.
瀬くんが大変なの、見ていてわかってるから。実は、ちょっと気になってました。屋根の雨漏りも直してくれたしね。
In return, I will try harder than ever to make good food
こ
for
んな
you.
美味しいご飯、毎日食べられるんだ。いいなぁ、涼子。私もここに住もうかな。それだけでいいの？
There's one more thing. There's just a main issue. I think that we should get Habana to do something too. Habana was sitting at the furthest end of the table, separated from everyone, and looked uncomfortable while she was eating. She jumped to surprise when called her name. Everyone looked at
で
her.
も、ハバネさんは、
She has a walking disability, but she can use her hands normally. There are things that she could do.
今日の料理だって手伝ってくれたんだよね。あなたたちが無理やり付き合わせただけよ。
This had a huge impact on the boarders, who until just now had been eating the food and saying how delicious it was. They looked at her in admiration, which embarrassed her. Thanks to Habana's help, the dinner preparations went smoothly. If she keeps helping, we might be able to prepare more dishes. It's not that I disliked cooking, but preparing food for so many people was quite exhausting physically. If that's okay with you, could you help me with meal preparations?
別にいいけど、そのくらいなら。
Yeah, I'm counting on you. I said, and Kotori looked away as she nodded quietly. It's a little different than the other chores, but in order to be fair, I want Habane to help out where she can from now on. I want to let their reservations about that idea, and they exchanged glances in silence. I knew that Habane and the other boarders have had quite a distant relationship until now. However, there was one person who couldn't read the situation. Maybe she actually understood it better than the others.
賛成！
Kanako raised her hand, and the others soon
それができるんなら、すごくいいと思うわ。私もそう思います、ゆかさん。私、前からちょっと変だなって思ってました。
So tomorrow I'll be counting
こ
on
ち
you.
らこそ、よろしく、りょうぼさん。
Was that without the two?
小鳥ちゃんも、よろしくね。
Amane was sullen until the end, since she kept herself from using any verbal abuse she's so good at. It seems that she tentatively gave her consent. Also, I actually went to the grocery store because most of the iced tea that I usually drink is and that I basically starting to run out, so I wanted to buy some new ones. But they none of the big bottles were fucking there. It was just fucking completely emptied out. Same for the Doritos, actually. I was buying these sour cream because there were only 3 packs of sour creams there. And nothing else. But yeah, so I had to buy these small little bottles, and I was standing in the living room because I'll just occasionally just stand around in the middle of the house for no fucking reason. Just standing there drinking one of these, and my mum just walks up to me it's fucking weird to see you with a small bottle like that, because I'm usually standing around the big bottles just fucking. Thanks for today, Aga. You really helped me out.
いいって。葵が困ってるとき、私が助ける。普通なことでしょ。
Same goes for you too. Hat came waddling from down the corridor.
おー、アヒルさん、どうしたの？見送りに来てくれたの？わが。
Hat flapped his wings facing Agia. Maybe he's trying to thank you. Maybe he's saying thanks for helping Amane. This guy cares about his roommates.
じゃあ、部屋に戻ったら伝えて。かー。
Had responded as he completely understood what Agia had said and waddled off.
かわいい。
I'll then take care on your way back.
またね。ハット、どこ行ってたの？はい、おやつのキュウリ。かー。ねえ、聞いてハット。今日ね、私、ご飯作るの手伝ったのよ。鶏肉の、なんとか煮込みって言うんだけど、みんな美味しいって言ってた。私も食べたけど、本当に美味しかったの。すごいでしょ。もうすぐ、今日が終わっちゃう。楽しかったな。
I felt weird just now. Pushed down on the heavy pedals and the gears creaked. Sometimes I was worried that the chain, which was stretched to its limits, would snap and fly off. However, there was no time to think about that during the hill climb. Damn, I quit it. It's torture sport. I wasn't proud of this, but I decided not to put myself through any pointless hardships. I enjoy putting in a lot of effort. Doing my best only because there was something fun afterwards. That time I was getting closer and closer to it. Finally, the top. So, as I climbed to the top of the slope, the view instantly widened. Below me was the town spreading. Below me was the town spreading far into the distance of the steep downhill road. Finally, it was time for my reward. Lowered my posture, kicked down on the pedals, and accelerated in the blink of an eye. Faced a headwind that would have been so problematic on flat ground and cut through it like a bullet. Doing a downhill ride, I could reach almost 80 kilometers per hour. At that speed, I could overtake a car driving through the city. I fell off my bike now. I'd been seriously injured. The joke could even die. After all, we were almost completely exposed when we were racing. The road was widening, and on top of that, it wasn't perfectly even. High speeds. I almost trusted my body to the inertia. Wheels were bouncing on the uneven surface of the road. However, I didn't really feel any fear. Only felt overwhelming exhilaration. Nevertheless, I didn't lose focus. I was missing the possibility of some unforeseen occurrence. Even so, I opened my eyes. I thought I was on that hospital bed. Certainly wasn't familiar with the ceiling, but I soon realized that it wasn't a hospital. It's my room, huh? Still didn't really feel like my room, though. Still laying down in the bed, I absentmindedly tried to recall my dream. I forgot most of what occurred from the shock of waking up, but I still had the general idea what kind of dream it was. Pulled the alarm clock to myself. 11:42 a.m. It's noon already. Even though it was Sunday, I've slept too long. Didn't need to prepare breakfast on Sundays. As for things like fixing leaks and other jobs that could be done quickly, I did most of them yesterday. Sunday with nothing to do. Got out of bed and looked down at my knee. The scar from surgery was clearly visible there. It's been a while since I last dreamed about that time. I was so busy and distracted by the new place in the last few days that I didn't have time for any unnecessary thoughts. But it seems that when things calmed down a little, memories came flooding back. Of course, because of that, it was strangely sluggish. I didn't feel like getting out of bed. Someone knocked on the door.
起きてますか？おーい。
Was Sana, the third-year boarder. She was quite a cheerful person, but she was quite reserved towards me. It's about that now.
葵くん、起きて。おーい、葵くん。
I'm awake! I answered, then got out of bed and approached the door. What is it?
葵くんにお客さん。
Found it strange for Sana to get so excited. Quickly got changed and left the room. When I walked into the entry hall...
Yo, Aoi!
Anchan! So Anchan was the visitor. The boarders poked their heads out from behind the walls of the hallway and looked at Anchan from a distance. It was just like Anchan to be completely unfazed by this weird spectacle.
これ、寮の皆さんと食べてくれ。
Anchan said as he passed me a welcoming present. What's this? Shingen mochi?
ご近所さんからもらったお土産なんだが、うちじゃ食い切れなくてな。
Ah, it's the usual thing. Anchan had always been popular with women, especially with much older ladies. Lucky bastard. What? I didn't say anything. He was often getting various gifts and refreshments from all those elderly women. Oh, he means old grannies. I retract my statement. If he just walked around the whole town one day, could be a millionaire. Well, that would be no shortage of things to eat, at least. I took Anchan's present and passed it to Yuka and the others, who were half hidden behind the wall of the hallway. Here, he said we should eat this together.
ねえ、あの人誰？水瀬くんとどういう関係？
He's my childhood friend, Anchan.
幼馴染なんだ。へえ。
The others all went, as well. Anchan, come on in, I'll pour you a cup of tea or something.
でもここ、女子寮だろ？
Ah, you're right. Because I'm staying here, I don't really think about it that often. Well then.
来いよ。昼飯おごってやる。どうだこっちは。
It's nice and relaxing.
無理すんな。この景色見て故郷に帰ってきた気分にはならないだろ？
Yeah, I guess not. This area underwent a complete redevelopment, and it felt like a new town. There were numerous brand new buildings, and the roads were neatly paved. There wasn't a trace of the Kazugauda that I once knew. But I remember this street. After all, I used to come here almost every day. At least to the Kazune's shopping district. That's the place where me, Aga, and the others were born and raised. A small shopping district was here. My family ran a small real estate agency there. Aga's family had a sporting goods store. Mazatsuga's had a ramen restaurant. And there was Anchan's place, a small workshop near the shopping street. I can see how they got to know each other then. Considering his hobby. Shopping goods store, biking. Masatsugu ramen. After like a day of training, a small workshop. Whenever he had to fix his bike. I feel like that's the dynamic. My childhood friends and I were all kids from Kazumi shopping district, so we all played together. However, shopping street disappeared due to the reconstruction.
ウィンディにはもう行ったのか？
I've been to the underground shopping center a few times. I went there to buy groceries. That was where I went yesterday with Aga and Haba.
まだ上の方は見てないのか？
Nope. I was busy, so I hadn't been there.
せっかくだ。飯のついでに見ていくといい。
Oh.
なかなかすごいだろ
う。Yeah. Windy Kazegawara was a large shopping mall that built on the site of the small Kazumi shopping district where we grew up. I've been to the underground level before. I've always entered using the back entrance, which is the nearest to the dormitory, so I didn't know what it was like above. Even though I imagined a big building, I can't believe that the Kazumi shopping district used to be here.
国内でも有数の商業施設だそうだ。今や風車の丘と並んで風ヶ浦の新名所だぞ。
And feel at all like I'd come back to my hometown. The country felt like I was lost in some unknown country. What happened to everyone from the shopping district?
希望した人はこの中に店を構えてる。よそに行った人たちもいたけど、みんな元気にやってるよ。
I guess said she had to move. That she had to move.
アゲハンチなら。
あんちゃん。
お、いたいた。
I guess someone appeared with perfect timing.
きっと二人で遊んでるんだ。私も声かけてよね。
だってお前、店の手伝いがあるんだろ？
今終わったとこ。
Aga replied she was standing in front of Himeki Sports. That's what it said on the sign. Oh, yeah, you told me that you moved and your shop is in Windy now. Himeki Sports goods store managed by Haga's father. As far as I remember, it was a small-town sports goods store, but now it seemed more like a trendy sports store aimed at younger people. Probably considered the different kinds of customers that get in a shopping mall. But it's so different from how it was when I was a kid that it wasn't taken aback a little.
へへん。立派になったでしょ？
I didn't know your dad had an eye for what young people like. I said, well, slightly
あ、
dazed.
そうだ。おーい、ホタル？
When she called out, a girl slightly smaller than Agea came out of the store.
あーちゃん。あんちゃんと葵が来てるよ。
Hotaru instantly opened her eyes wide and looked up at me. Apparently she couldn't believe that this big guy standing before her, standing here, was really me. In that case, I should prove it myself. No time to see, Hotaru! He rubbed Hotaru's head in the same way that Anchan did for me. I brushed her hair without reservation, shaking her head in the process. She was Ageha's youngest sister. She was only 1 year younger, so we used to play together a lot as kids. Her personality was the complete opposite of her sister. Shy and quiet. You've gotten bigger too. Rub, rub.
こーら、うちの妹をいじめるんじゃない。
I'm not bullying her. I'm not bullying her, am I, Hotaru?
ほっぺくならないで。
Let go of her, but her head kept swaying for a while.
たくもう、5年ぶりのくせにいきなりすぎるっての。ホタル、大丈夫？うん、平気。ちょっと目が回っただけ。本当に兄だ。
Back, Hotaru. Do you want me to rub your head again? And I moved my head towards her. Hotaru jumped back and hid behind Agea.
いじめるな。
Bam! She punched me in the ribs. I just wanted to cherish Hotaru a little. However, when it concerned Hotaru, Agea could be rather overprotective. I was planning to come and see Hotaru soon anyway.
そっか。同じ学校なんだから、顔見せに連れてけばよかったかな。
Hotaru goes there too. That was a surprise. I was convinced that Hotaru would definitely go to a regular school.
みんな、あんちゃんの影響を受けまくりだからね。
俺はやめとけって言ったんだがな。
Anchan graduated from Keifu Academy. Because it was a school that Anchan went to, Age and the others all took the entrance exam. Was the obvious choice. Although I knew this particular school when I returned, I did consider some alternatives before my admission. But in the end, I was swayed by Anchan's influence as well.
ところで、二人で何してたの？もしかして、デート？
当たり。
Anchan, fuck yeah.
やっぱり
Hey, Anchan!
似たようなもんだろ。葵に昼飯おごってやろうと思ってな。お前らも来るか？
行く。
となると、あいつも呼んでやらないと後で拗ねるな。
ああ、ダメ。麻婆なら今日は忙しいって。
なんだ、用事があるのか？
正真正銘のデート。昨日、すっごい自慢された。でも、可愛いんだよ、マー君の彼女。
なら邪魔するわけにはいかないな。俺たちだけで行くか。
やったー！あんちゃんとご飯！
Why did it take me so long to register that the usual bag isn't there? I was like looking this way for like a second. Before I chucked the fucking bottle. And only after it left my hands, I was like, wait, where's the bag? Be right back, I'm gonna take a quick break. My head hurts for some reason. Wait. Alright, I'm back. I had to go 2 stories up because, like, the second I reached the top of the stairs, I basically saw my brother enter the toilet. So, basically, like, fucking giving me a face like, fuck you, you'll have to go upstairs. So I had to climb 2 flights of stairs in the dark, which I'd never like. Anyways.
みんなでご飯するの久しぶりだね。
どこ行く？どこでもいいぞ。
Anchan asked me. Even if he asked me, I still wouldn't know my way around here. There weren't many restaurants here, but they were all unfamiliar to me.
そんなの決まってるじゃない。私らが集まったら行く店は一つ。
Said Agehai and Hotaru. Said Agehai and Hotaru nodded. I also remembered with a slight delay.
大要件。
Mom was dad doesn't hold back, does he? Felt like my ramen was gonna come back up, but someone kept it down by holding my belly with my hand.
調子に乗って特盛り頼むからよ。私は大盛りにしといて大正解。それでも十分多いよ、あーちゃん。
いつもより多かったぞ。葵のためにサービスしてくれたんだろう。
Anchan, who ate a similar extra large serving, was completely
あっ
unfazed.
ちゃん、青兄に会えて嬉しそうだった。お代もサービスしてくれたしね。
To think that Taioken would still be around. Taioken was a Chinese restaurant at the former Kazumi shopping district. It was also Masatsuga's house. They used to serve regular set menus too, but after moving here, they've changed direction. It became like one of those new wave ramen restaurants that are so popular in the
繁
city.
盛してるんだから。こないだ雑誌に載って若いお客が増えたっておっちゃん大喜び。おっちゃんの写真も載ったんだよ。すごくかっこよかった。頭にタオル巻いて腕組みしてドヤ顔で決めてたあれね。
Masatsugu was like his father. In other words, he gets carried away easily and tends to show off just like him. During town sports events, karaoke competitions and such, he was always the center of attention, regardless of the results. There wasn't anything nostalgic there though, apart from Mabo's dad. This was completely different. Well, it was plain soy sauce ramen. Now it had become pork belly and seafood double
こ
soup.
こと同じ。みんな変わっていくもんさ。
そうそう。5年も経っちゃうとね。
I guess. But years was a lot of time. Some things haven't changed. Masatsugu's dad was still the same as always. Same goes for Aga, Hotaru, and Anchan. The things that I wanted to stay the same the most were all still
ちょっ
here.
と待ってろ。飲み物買ってくるから。
Anchan made his way to a bench by the side of the passage and went to buy some juice. Hotaru accompanied him. Okay, now I sat down on the bench.
ねえ、葵。
What is
そ
it?
ろそろ部活決めた？
I replied vaguely. There is one that I thought would be fine.
どこどこ？
It's still just candidate.
ケチケチせずに教えなさいよ。
I don't even know if it's a proper club or not.
何それ？
You're in the robotics club, right?
そう。うちの学校で一番人気。
If I remembered right, you are entering contests. Do they fight? I don't think that she built like battle bots. When I thought of robots, I immediately imagined them firing missiles and flying through the air.
まあ、そうなんだけど。多分、葵が考えてるのとは違うよ。障害物競争したり、物を運んだり、積み上げたり。
What kind of fighting is that?
ロボットの技術を競う戦いだからね。毎年テーマが決まってて、それに合わせて作るんだよ。興味出た？
I don't know. Even just that you're building robots, I don't really get it.
まあ、そうだよね。ここんとこ、毎年初戦敗退で、みんなそれが当然みたいな顔してるし、葵が入って、こう、ビシッと引き締めてくれたらありがたいんだけど。い
Why don't you do it yourself?
や、私そういうキャラじゃないから。
That said, I like to do things at our own pace.
昔はもっと熱心だったらしいんだけどね。一度、全国大会で準優勝したこともあるんだよ。
Wow, that's amazing.
その時のロボットを作ったのが、ほら、こないだ見かけた人覚えてる？超留年生の望月あまねさん。
Yeah, I remember her.
うん。それはやっぱ美人さんだから？
Nah, that's not it. Could be one of the reasons. Convinced, okay, continue.
あまね先輩がまだ1年の時に、ほとんど自分一人で作ったロボットで、いきなり準優勝しちゃったの。決勝戦で負けたんだけど、コントローラーのボタンを押し間違えるという、ボンミスが敗因だったらしいよ。
Oh, there are no what ifs in a match. The national championship slipped through her fingers. It wasn't her first
そう
year.
別格なのよ、あの人は。どうしたの、あんちゃん。
For we knew it, Anchan and Hotaru were back and were watching us from a distance.
サイダーとオレンジ、どっちにする？
He knows her, doesn't he?
サイ
I'll have the orange juice then. Took the can of juice and pulled the
ダ
tap
ーいた
open.
だきまーす。
Anchan was quietly watching us enjoy drinking our juice. What's the matter?
いや、なんか昔に戻ったみたいだなって。お前たち二人が揃ってるとさ。
Aga and I exchanged glances as we sold our juice. We both realized we were embarrassed, then laughed.
一人足りないけど、こういう時にいないのが麻婆らしいわね。
He's always been like
みん
that.
なでやったいたずらがバレても、一人だけ逃げたりね。でも、あの後謝りながら泣いてたし。ほんと、手のかかるやつだったわよね。
Aga sighed as he said that, and Hotaru and I laughed.
そんな麻婆にも今や彼女ができた。お前たちも頑張らないとな。
Anchan's tease made the rest of us blush.
私はいいの。葵は知らないけど。そうなの？
I've just come back here, haven't I?
女子寮の寮母さんやって、そこのとびっきり可愛い子と、もう仲良くなっちゃってるくせに。
Hey, don't say weird stuff.
ああ、あの子か。確かに可愛い子だったな。
Even you, Anchan! Hotaru gave me a rather scary look. Hotaru, it's not like that. I'm just working as a dorm boy.
青兄なら、かっこいいから、すぐ彼女できちゃうよ。
I said it's all like that! Jeez, my throat's got dry. Drank down the rest of the juice in one gulp. I got a grin as she looked at me while Hotaru seemed worried.
それじゃ、俺はそろそろ行くよ。
もう帰っちゃうの？
悪いな。夕方から急ぎの仕事があるんだ。
Thanks for inviting me out today, Anchan.
いいって。俺も楽しかったから。おっと、そうだ。忘れるところだった。
Anchan came back and took some small parts from his
ほら
pocket.
頼まれてたやつ。
was with the parts that Amane had
そ
requested.
んなものを何に使うんだ？
They're parts for glider.
グライダー？
I was told it's a meter of sorts. The senpai at school asked me for them. Suddenly Aga spoke in a loud
そ
voice.
れ、アマネ先輩のことでしょ？だって、グライダーって言ったら、あの人しかいないもん。
Yeah, that's right.
どういうこと？いつの間に知り合いになったの？
Just recently. It'd be a long story, so I tried to dodge the question. It also contains some things I'd rather not talk about.
ねえ、あーちゃん、その人、そう、あの美人の。
The Himegi sisters gave me suspicious glares once again.
いいホタル。葵はね、この町を離れてる間に、ちょっとエッチになっちゃったのよ。そうなの？そうなの。残念ながらね。
Hey, don't fill her head with such nonsense!
お前ら見てるとほんと和むよ。
Don't just stand there laughing, back me up, Punch-on!
何？悪いことじゃないさ。何かに打ち込んだり、誰かを好きになったり。
Punch-on puts his arms around my
早
shoulder.
く新しいこと見つかるといいな、葵。
He said into my ear so that only I could hear that. Then he let me go. Let go of me.
じゃあな。公共の場であんまり騒ぐなよ。
Punch-on waved his hand and went home. After we parted from Punch-on, we dropped by Himigi's porch to say hello to Aga's father. And I got kept up there. They treated me with tea and cake until it was evening. When I was walking along the way leading to the dormitory, somehow I didn't feel like coming back just yet. I'll go for a little stroll. There's a lot around here too. Before there was only an embankment here. I used to fish for crucian or koi carps here. But now they built a promenade here. It became quite the walking course. Well, it's just right for taking a stroll. While I was walking slowly, I'd absentmindedly glazed at the lake, dyed indigo orange by the setting sun. Well, my hometown had changed a lot in 5 years. The most important things had not. Should find something new soon, Owe. Find some. Did it say something new? I thought it said someone new. Find something new, huh? As I muttered to myself, I looked at the scenery on the opposite bank. Windmills lined up on the gentle slope. The windmills lined up on the gentle slope were slowly turning in the wind. Even so. Oh, Chassidon was really tasty. Next time I'll try tsukemen.
つけ麺。
The fucking butt was not necessary. Come on. It's covered now, but you'll see. Like if you fucking saw what I mean. There was someone a little further away. She was a petite girl. She was holding her hand on the fence and just looked at me. Well, and just like me, was gazing at the windmill hill on the opposite bank. Someone is here? Thought there was nobody here, and I was talking to myself, but it seemed that she heard me. Huh? You're that. She had a different air about her, so I didn't realize straight away, but she was without a doubt that girl I met at the supermarket yesterday. The girl who bought a lot of 2,980 yen per 100 grams meat to make curry. What's curry good?
どうして知ってるの？
Don't you remember? Yesterday in the supermarket? Again, the butt is not necessary. Come on.
ああ。それは多分、私じゃないわね。
Huh? What on earth was she talking about?
姉さんってば、ぼーっとしてるからまたナンパでもされちゃったのかしら。
姉さん?
すき焼きとお刺身だったわ。
Huh?
昨日の夕食。
I thought so. She was talking about that shop being at the supermarket. Well, what's to expect? There's no way. There's no way you would use something like that to make curry. Apparently she has some common sense in the end.
じゃ、私はもう行くから。
Huh? Yeah. She left, giving off a cold expression, as if talking with me was a bother. It felt completely different when I met her in the supermarket. I was got on my way back while wondering about the complete change of the girl whose name I didn't even know. She said something about Nason. She clearly has a sister. I wasn't far from the lake to the dormitory. I didn't have much time to think before I arrived. Some now. The parts I received from Munchan were in my pocket. As I touched them with my hand, I looked up at the clouds floating slowly across the evening sky. These things are gonna fly there, huh? Those were parts for of the glider. It means they will become a part of that white aircraft and soar with it as it catches the wind with those big wings. Beyond those clouds, the reason why I impulsively gazed at the sky might be the influence of that girl I met some time ago. Driving away my silly fantasy, I went to the dormitory's gate and...
ハット、まだよ。まだ動いちゃダメよ。
Amane is sitting on a wheelchair with her back bent over, was slowly, steadily pushing the wheels. It was almost as though she was walking on tiptoes. What's she up to this time? I'm quite used to her strange behavior, but I still couldn't tell what she was doing right away. What she was glaring at was... a cat. There it was, laying rolled up on the stone steps, licking and grooming itself. And on the opposite side, Hat was waiting for orders. She tried to attack from both sides. That's what it looked like. But what they were trying to...
今よ、ハット。
Interrupting my thoughts, Amane gave the signal. Hat then immediately approached the cat from behind while flapping his wings. The cat jumped in surprise and escaped to the opposite direction, where Amane was waiting to catch it. There's no way this would work. The cat, with brilliant footwork like that of a pro football player, evaded Amane and escaped.
逃げられた。
You really were trying an attack from both sides.
何よ、文句ある？
Amane frowned when she realized I was watching. Why were you trying to catch the cat?
決まってるじゃない。撫でるのよ。
He said that like it was a natural thing to do. She caught a scared cat that was running. If she caught a scared cat that was running away, it would only struggle, and at worst, scratch and hurt her. Next time, make a better strategy, you know, like luring it with a piece of fountain grass, for example.
なんだ、考えとくわ。
She said as she earnestly wrote a memo. Looks like she always has a notebook tucked away in her wheelchair.
それより、
Pow! She pointed at me. This was a sign that she had a bone to pick with me.
遅い。どこほっつき歩いてたの？
Huh? I went for a walk. That's why I'm late. Her tone was like that of a mother scolding a child. She wants something from
夕
me?
飯の支度、手伝いって言ったの、あなたでしょ？
It's still only 5 o'clock, though.
知らないわよ、そんなの。いつからなんて聞いてないんだもん、こっちは。
Sorry, if we start at about 6, we should finish on time.
そう。じゃあ、明日からそうするわ。
She said as she wrote another note. Could it be that you were waiting for me? She must have gotten bored, which is why she decided to catch the cat.
そうよ。けど、待ってたのは義務を果たすため。変な勘違いしないでよね。
I don't know what sort of funny ideas you mean. Could you give me a few examples? Try teasing her a little.
そんなの自分で考えなさい。いいから、ほら、行くわよ。私、もうお腹ペコペコなんだから。ねえ、ハット？ほら、ハットもお腹空いたって。
Yeah. Well then, it's still a little early, but let's get started.
ねえ、今日は何？
Mapo eggplants and eggplant egg soup.
それ美味しい？
Yeah, it's tasty. It's my specialty.
美味しいんだって。ぐわー。
When I passed through the dormitory doors, I noticed that my uneasiness had vanished. Teamed up with a duck to catch a cat by attacking it from both sides. I chuckled when I remembered this, but then I realized I felt strangely comfortable by her side and started feeling weird again. Extend the little wings which fly in the sky highly. Perfect naming. I'll get going. She's my favorite right now. I like Amane the most right now. Amane was inspecting the parts I had shown closely from every angle. She let out a sigh of admiration. Are these okay?
間違いない。
Glump. No! She suddenly hugged me.
うわ、なにどういうこと？
ありがとう。ありがと
Amane pressed and rubbed her forehead against my cheek. Hey, it hurts,
う。
senpai!
私は感謝の気持ちを伝えるのが下手なんだ。バカだからな。
Rub. It hurts, but it feels nice. Because she was hugging me tightly, just like her forehead, her ample chest was also pressed against me. On top of being beautiful, Senpai had a good figure too. Her breasts were bigger than they looked. Whether I liked it or not, I was made to experience it firsthand. Still smaller than Ikari and Miharu though.
よろしい。何あの顔。あれはエッチなこと考えてるわね。
Hey, you there! Don't make up whatever. It was lunchtime, by the way. I came into the garage with the parts I got from Onchan. And now, slightly bewildered, I was in the middle of her unexpectedly warm welcome. Came in with Habane and Hageha. And Hageha had tagged along for some reason. I was feeling the pain of their stares.
ありがとう。ありがとう。ありがとう。
After I tore myself apart from Senpai, which felt like getting away from a playful big dog, I finally gave her the parts. Please go ahead and use them.
ありがとう。でも、よく手に入ったな。
My friend works in a workshop that deals with manufacturing and processing special parts. When it comes to such things, he should be able to make almost anything. As for these parts, it seems that Anshan examined the blueprint and made identical copies.
早速取り付けよう。
Amane took the parts and walked towards the glider. That surprised
あ
me.
まね先輩って結構大胆な人なんだね。こないだも抱きつかれて嬉しそうにしてたわよ。やっぱ葵も男の子なんだね。
Don't say things like that about me!
それにしても、なんであなたが一緒についてくるのよ。私？あまね先輩とお話ししてみたかったから。それに、なんだか面白そうだし。
Habane was frowning for a while. She might have been annoyed because someone else found out about our secret place. Amane's senpai was like a kid who just got a toy for her birthday, and Amane, like a kid who just got a toy for her birthday, had immediately started installing the parts. Looks like they were part of a meter that was in the cockpit. She was diligently disassembling mechanical parts inside of it.
これがグライダーか。
Okay, I went beside Senpai and watched her work.
これってエンジンはついてないんですよね。どうやって飛ぶんですか？
Don't explain again.
風に乗って飛ぶんだ。
でも、まずは離陸しなきゃいけないですよね。
ああ、それならいくつか方法があるが、これの場合、ウインチでタコのように引っ張って飛ばすんだ。
え？こんな大きなものを？
ああ。
Agia stared at the aircraft in disbelief. Abin and I were tirelessly looking at the sleek aircraft as if appreciating a work of art. Immersed in installing the parts, Amane seemed to have already forgotten about our existence. It was like when I came here for the first time when I met
こ
Senpai.
れでまた飛べるぞ。イスカが言ってた空へ行けるんだ。
What's the matter?
いや、なんでも。失礼します。
Female student, who looked like an upperclassman, came into the garage.
望月先輩はいらっしゃいますか？
Girl who seems like a senior. When I stood in my head, wondering who could that be, Haga whispered to me.
あれ、生徒会副会長の雲井あかりさんだよ。
Like, we need to shut down this club before it has not enough members. Oh, why would you look at that? A situation where we would need to join. Vice President of the Student Council? Well, not that you want. If you're looking for Amane. That moment, her head was completely buried inside the cockpit. As the Vice President saw that, she briskly approached the cockpit and appeared inside.
望月先輩。
She called out in a loud voice as Senpai finally turned to face her.
いやあ、副会長。
Familiar greeting would have suggested they were quite close, but Vice Presidents didn't seem that way at all. She kept a firm attitude and asked,
例の件、どうなりましたか？
実はまだなんだ。
こちらにいらっしゃる方々は違うんですか？
違う。部品を届けてくれたんだ。
Amane answered downheartedly. The Vice Presidents let out a little sigh.
言ったはずですよ。部員が他に見つからないなら、廃部にせざるを得ないと。
What'd she just say? She continued the conversation, leaving us dumbfounded bystanders alone.
しかしだな、副会長。
先生方は特例として認めていらっしゃいますが、それでは他の少人数のサークルに示しがつきません。部としての体裁を今すぐ整えていただかなければ。
Whoops. Amane looked down, greatly perplexed. For some reason, seeing her like that made my chest hurt.
いいじゃない、別に。
Suddenly, Amane cut into the conversation.
あなたは確か、羽小鳥さんね。
The fact that the vice president knew who she was made her flinch slightly, but Amane continued speaking
だっ
nonetheless.
て、先生がいいって言ってるんでしょ？なら、あなたが文句言うことじゃないわ。それに、天音先輩ってほら、特別な人じゃないですか。これやるために留年。もとい、学校にいることはみんな知ってるわけだし。
I thought I saw veins appear on the vice president's forehead as the two of them ran at her.
先生方が部活動のあり方に過剰に口を差し挟むのは、生徒会自治権への明らかな侵害。この件については、まさしくそれです。
She approached one step without hesitation while Amane and Agea took one
部
back.
にしたくてもできないサークルもたくさんあります。そのため部費も降りず、活動拠点となる部室さえ満足に与えられない場合もある。
Kind of insensitive to say a step back for Amane, you know. I'll go punch myself. I'm gonna go shoot myself after this for that one. Except I'm not.
昨日も和太鼓研究会が練習場所の申請をしてきましたが、却下せざるを得ませんでした。その時彼らが何と言ったか、ご存知です。
それは、知るわけないわ、そんなの。
It's kind of obvious.
ソアリング部は一人であんな大きなガレージを使っているのに、どうして我々には練習場所一つないんだ。至極もっともな意見だと思いませんか？
思います。
それなのに申請を却下された彼らは当然納得していないでしょう。しかし、このガレージがずっと以前、それこそ我々が生まれる以前からソアリング部のものだった事実も無視できるものではありません。先生方が特例を認めるのも、あるいはそこに理由があるのかもしれません。我々生徒会もその事実は尊重したい。ろくな活動実績も示せないお遊びサークルのために、望月先輩を立ち退かせるのは本意ではないのです。だから、
Vice President rapidly turned around away from Amane and Agea and faced Amane, who was listening nervously.
早急な対処をお願いしている次第です。
活動実績なら、先日やっとテストフライトを。
あれは授業中じゃありませんか。
Oh.
言語道断。むしろ、廃部へ一歩近づいたとお考えいただかなければ。
Amane staggered back from that blow. Well, I guess she has a point, doesn't she? Well, Amane and I saw the glider fly from the windmill hill. When Amane and I saw the glider flying from the windmill hill, it was during school hours.
いいですか？部活動として認められるには、最低4人。残り3人の部員を集めていただかなければ。
Amane looked down with a serious
でも
expression.
これは、私が自分のためにしていることだから。
ならばなおのこと。部活動として認めるわけには参りません。
I'll join. I quickly raised my hand and everyone simultaneously looked at
あ
me.
なた、この間転校してきた男子ね。確か、水瀬葵くん。
The vice president looked at me as if she was
言
evaluating
っ
me.
ておきますが、幽霊部員じゃダメなのよ。
I know. That's why I came here today. I've decided this morning. Nope, actually I've already made up my mind yesterday. Still didn't know much about gliders though. Just thought it would be interesting. Just imagine getting on it and flying through the air made me excited. If Amane will allow me to join, that is. If Amane will allow me to join, that is.
入りたいと言うなら別に構わないが。でもこれは私が私のためにしていることなんだぞ。
I still don't know much about gliders or about you, Amane. But if that's what you're gonna do, then I'd like to help you. I stated my reasons. The vice president still didn't look convinced though. I wonder if she saw me as some transfer student who barged in suddenly without even understanding the situation and tried to act like an ally of justice. Can't really deny that this may be partially true. Just so like, hey, I currently, not even that long ago, lost a passion, trying to look for something new. So if you stop being a bitch for a second, that'd be just peachy.
じゃあ私も
I got raced around in a really casual manner. Even under everyone's looks, I remained aloof.
ロボット部と掛け持ちでもいいですか先輩。
それは構わないが。
Okay, you too.
だって面白そうなんだもん。
One person left. Everyone's eyes naturally turned towards Habane.
何
Habane turned her wheelchair sideways to avoid everyone's glances.
私は入らないわよ。
When Habane said that, Vice President made a relieved yet slightly disappointed face.
まだ一人足りないわ。これでは部活動として認めるわけにはいきません。
If it's decided that it can't be allowed, what will happen?
まずは、このガレージから出て行ってもらいます。
Amane made a really troubled face. Well, of course she did. If there's nowhere to keep this giant glider, then club activities cannot continue. Again, I will try to find one more person. Could you wait until then?
いいでしょう。では、金曜日まで待ちます。それまでに体裁を整えられなければ、サークルに降格。ガレージは使用不可。よろしいですね。
Amane nodded in agreement without much confidence, and the vice president left the garage. Talking is hard.
ハバネさん、部活入ってないよね。名義だけでも貸してもらえないかな。他に入りたい人見つかるまででいいからさ。お断りよ。
Amane bluntly refused and left the garage alone.
ダメか。
We have to do something about it ourselves.
君たち。
Sorry, Senpai went ahead and joined the argument without your permission.
いや、助かった。君たちがいなければ、廃部になってたところだった。でも、本当にいいのか？
I planned to do that from the start.
私もいろんな意味で興味あるし。
Leave gathering members to us.
天音先輩は活動実績について副会長さんが納得するようなネタをまとめておいてください。
そうする。
Is this alright with you?
何が？
That is the first time you've been in the garage, right? Even so, you suddenly become a member.
でも面白そうなのは確かじゃん。葵もいるし。
Oh, you.
あれで空飛ぶんでしょ？ワクワクするなって方が無理だよ。
True. I raised my voice without thinking. I was happy that I felt the same
ま
way.
あ私の場合、飛ぶより飛ばす方に興味ありだけど。
I want to try to fly it. And also, didn't you stay in school all this time and repeat it the same year over and over again to do this?
って噂だよ。天音先輩は授業にも出ず、いつもガレージにこもってるって。
I don't know if that's true or not, but what I do know is that she's taking this very seriously. There's no well let it end for some stupid reason like insufficient number of members.
まずは残りの部員集めからだね。
Let's try asking that guy.
グライダー 何それ、ちょっと面白そうじゃん。
でしょでしょ。だからさ、あんたも入部しない？
でも俺バイトあるし、それに、お前と仲良くしてると、エリちゃんが焼きもち焼くから、パス。
そこをなんとかさ、大丈夫、バレないって。
That sounds bad.
それがバレるんだよ。エリちゃん、うちの学校に友達いるから。だから、あんま話しかけてくんなよ。
彼女できた途端これだよ。私ら、幼馴染でしょ？友情はどこ行った？
バンドも忙しいし無理無理。今度ライブやるんだ。だから今練習中。
冷てえの。
あいつに頼めばいいだろ、葵によ。
頼むも何も、すでに部員だよ。
何？お前らまたつるむの？
何よ、悪い？あんたも仲間に入れてほしくなった？
誰があんなやつ、ペペ。
汚な唾飛ばすな！ったく、麻婆のくせに生意気なんだから。
おい、アゲハ。
何よ。
まあ、なんだ。今度はうまくやれよ。
は？何の話？
I feel like they all know that she has a crush on him, and it actually hit her quite hard when he left. That's partially why he's upset or something.
もう、さっさと行け、ほら、せっし。
麻婆のアホー！ダメだった。
That was my fault after all.
彼女とバイトとバンドが忙しいって。あの青春野郎。昔、散々遊んでやったのにさ。
What are you talking about? If Mabo treated us like we were more important to him than his girlfriend, what do you think would happen?
コブラツイストで締め上げる。泣くまで。
Well, can't be helped. Next is... Alright. Oh, that's right. Hotaru is here too, isn't she? Went to the first year classroom. When upperclassmen come to visit, there was a strange air of tension in the
どうした
classroom.
の？あーちゃん、青に。
Oh.
何かな？
Oh, it's just that this is the first time I've seen you in uniform. It suits you. It sure suits you. When I met her yesterday, she was wearing casual clothes. Looks so mature. We said it to tease her how she went red like she was on fire or something and got really flustered.
やだな、青に。私、大人っぽくなんか。こーら、青い。後輩をからかうんじゃない。
Well, I did kind of tease her, but I actually meant what I said.
それ、余計に立ち悪いから。あーちゃんの方が可愛いよ。私？ほら、青に、制服だって私より似合ってる。私なんて別に、麻婆には中身は男だって言われてるし。でも、見た目は可愛くなったでしょ？
And Hotaru looked at me fixated with those innocent eyes. I couldn't tell a lie. Yeah, I do think she's gotten cute, huh?
青い！
I received an elbow to the ribs.
ありがとう。
Adorable. Highly
葵も
adorable.
まあ、かっこよくなったと思うよ。
She said this again in the first year classroom with that. There's no way I wouldn't be embarrassed. The reason why I was looking down was because my ribs are hurt though.
って、今はそんな話しに来たわけじゃないの。
Yeah, continuing with the momentum, told Hotaru that we were trying to gather members for the soaring club.
青兄とあーちゃんが同じ部活に入るの？そういうこと。だから、ホタルもどうかなって。
Glance. Hotaru sneaked a peek at me, huh?
私、いい。
It feels like she likes him too, but is trying to step back for her. If I'm
どうして？
seeing this right.
家のお手伝いあるもん。手伝いって、日曜日くらいじゃない。でも、あるから。
She replied weakly but stubbornly. She might have her reasons. Okay, we gotta Hotaru. But if you're interested, come anytime. できたわよ。 Amane brought over the cucumber she had crushed into suitably sized pieces using a wooden pestle.
こんなにしちゃって大丈夫なの？
Yeah, the way it absorbs the flavor is a lot better. We're going to use the cucumber to make a salad. When it's crushed, it absorbs the flavor more easily than when it's cut with a knife.
他にやることは？
I think that's it.
そう。じゃあ、
You know,
何？
still can't find anyone who wants to join the club. Tried all the people we could think of.
そう。
Are you more interested in it than we are? The time on the windmill hill when she saw the glider flying for the first time. The time she wandered into the garage and saw the real thing up close. The time we made paper airplanes and flew them together. Her eyes were always shining like a child's. Couldn't forget that expression on Habane's face. Thought this could be her true expression. This could be her true expression, even though she usually looked sullen and bored.
私が入部したって、迷惑かけちゃうだけだもん。
What do you mean you wouldn't? Frankly, her joining the club would have been a very welcome
だっ
development.
て、私もうすぐ。
She stopped in mid-sentence and pushed her wheelchair forward. Hey, can I ask you a question?
ダメ。
Why do you want to drop out?
ダメって言ってるのに。
Habane got taken aback by this unrealization.
やっぱりあなただったのね。私の退学届拾ったの。
Draw notice, what's that? Does it taste good? Can we have it with tonight's dinner? I played dumb without hesitation.
バカ！アホ！いじめっ子！あんたなんか、ドブにはまって死んじゃえ！
With a barrage of sharp parting words, Habane hurriedly escaped. I really want to keep going. That is always the problem with me. I hope you guys enjoyed this one, and see you next time. Bye-bye. I don't know why my voice was that weird there. Anyway, see ya.